with the different little segment we had there, people were saying that the Japanese structure looks like a real fun game of Jenga, especially when earthquakes strike. But yeah, people appreciate the rock, and it was fun looking at swords and castles.
Swords and castles is always fun.
That's why we came here.
This could be the whole live stream.
Yeah,
but it's not. It's not. We will be getting to other things. But I like seeing what Tabby's saying. So, Shad, what's your take on this Crusader Age Britain versus feudal Japan? When you say Crusader Age, so yeah, but what era of feudal Japan? I assume you're saying the same period. Or tricky. That's its own video. Maybe I should just do a video on that. That would be fun. This is really where it comes down to tactics. Like I have a personal view on what I think which side has the edge in technological things, but it's much closer than you might assume. But even then, it's really like there's sometimes just luck that plays into battle. So it's never be 100%. It'll be like, this side might win 55% to 60% of the engagements versus 45 to 40%. It could be as close as that at times. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, I have a couple of little videos that we'll want to react and respond to. The big one is going to be the film Medieval, but then I have some little ones. Perhaps we should get to the little ones first, and then we'll get the big trailer breakdown. So people share things with me on Twitter and other places saying, check this out. Sometimes they're not big enough or deserve a dedicated video segment, but they want to see my reaction, and those are perfect for this live stream. So let's have a look. One was oh, this one. So I'll bring it up. But wait. Let me full screen it. Let me full screen it. So people wanted me to react to this. So if you have, these are 3 axes fixed together, and is going to use them obviously to chop the. So it worked really well then. Are they gonna show him trying to loosen these 3 axes from the stumps? Because if you ever chopped wood, all right, sometimes the axe head can be stuck in the stump rather tightly. And if you have 3 and they get all lodged, that would make removing it from the stumps triple difficult. They don't show him trying to remove it from the stumps. I wonder off screen if he was there like trying to get it out. That's the main reason why that'd be impractical. Then having to line up everything, make sure, because if it's just a single axe, you just put it there and you can aim as you chop down with the axe. With 3 fixed in it, and yes, I'm going to overanalyze this thing. That's why people ask me to react to it. My over-analytical blah, 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 blah stuff. Is that if you try and re-aim one axe to a log, you then reposition the other 2, and if they were in position, now they're off position, off center, so you have to align the wood that you're chopping perfectly, otherwise you're screwed. The next big flaw about this design is that it divides the force, right? Whatever amount of force that you're able to throw into, it would be added by its own weight, and then you have the strength that you put behind it. Your own strength you're throwing into the axe strike is going to get divided by 3. It's diluted. Whereas if you put that same amount of strike and force into one axe, well, it's all into one thing and it'll chop much better. And so this would not be a great chopper. If you got like some dense beats of wood, what are you smiling at there, Nathan?
Chad has some great puns here. I've got to.
All right, share.
One guy's like, why would you need that? I'm stumped.
That's great.
Chad, just keep coming with the stump puns.
I love them. So, the force, I think that's, I like it. 2 hands on a single axe, stronger force. And if you try to use this against some particularly dense wood, all the energy you're able to throw into the strike gets diluted. No, done. Doesn't work yet. We are not past the atrocities that we are about to see here, because wait and see. Yes. a flail axe. We have a flail axe. A double-bitted flail axe. And we all know my thoughts about double-bitted flail axes here. Funny thing enough, right? For a flail axe, you might actually need it double-bitted just to balance out the weight and to potentially align, like, I guess it must self-align and to curve and have the blades face the direction of the swing. Or it doesn't, I don't know, and then they cut all the times they miss. Of course, this is just a novelty thing for fun. It would be absolute garbage in reality. Like tremendously so, for a big reason that I'll mention soon. And so he's got it there, and yeah, he's chopping things. A fold-out axe. Now, there's something. We'll come back to this fold-out axe. But we see two shots of this flail axe chopping things. All you have is the mass of the axe head. There's no kinetic link between the axe head and yourself to try and drive that force home. Does that have a proper effect? It depends on your strike. If you're just using your strength to accelerate an axe, and then kind of don't put any force behind it and let its own momentum carry it through, you're not really adding any additional force behind it then. But if you are pushing it through with your hands, well, you would not be able to get that additional force at all with a flail axe. That's one of my criticisms of the nunchuck. The thing is though, the axe head is so heavy, do you need additional force? Maybe not. The other big problem is alignment. If this axe head hits just slightly off alignment, there's no force to try and keep it straight or recorrect it, and it'll just and it'll bend out of the strike, which can mess up it as well. So that's another big flaw. There is now scientific evidence about using two hands on a weapon versus one. Yes, scientific evidence. I have a video already filmed that'll be coming out next weekend, okay, on this scientific evidence about using two hands on a weapon versus one. And that shock horror, Dungeons and Dragons and other role-playing games might have got it right. Got what right? Wait for the video. No spoilers. Check it out later, but it's coming out. And it actually applies to using two hands on this flail type axe, and also two hands on nunchucks. Nunchucks are being brought back into prominence. Or we should finish this video, but people have been linking that a certain Mr. Wick has been using nunchucks. I might have to comment on that. We'll see. Fold-out axe. I mean, if those joins are strong enough, yes, it could work. But you would need some thick metal joins, and the lock mechanism holding it really tight. And if so, yeah. Flick-out axe. Flick-out axe. That's cool. If it's strong enough, like obviously for most cases, it wouldn't be strong enough and it'll just bend because it's like a thin tube. But there are some battens that are actually really tough. I've seen people debate about battens as effective self-defense weapons and things, and there is debate. Let's just say there is a lot of debate on battens. The people who are against battens usually try and say they're flimsy and weak and they always break, and they show videos of people using them and they break. And then they try to say, see, they're all weak. And it's like, cherry pick the reference and evidence, will ya? Of course you have badly made battens and really good made battens that are solid as anything and can break concrete or cinder blocks. I've seen, like, they flick these out, they're solid as metal, and they break cinder blocks. So you have bad made ones and you have good made ones, obviously. So, are the good made ones, would they be strong enough to support not only the weight of an axe head, but the impact force and vibrations on that shaft after strike? Don't know. I don't know. But anyway, he's got a flick out one. That kind of looked... Oh, this one. I've seen this one. I've seen like videos where they make them. Even Alex Steele made like the cross one. There's one that's almost like a star. Okay, it's a gimmick. It's for fun. We get that. It'll be a very ineffective one and get caught in the wood much more because again it's dispersing the force over a wide area. But let's see. I wonder how many tries he actually had in this to get it to split evenly. So you got caught. So Nathan, you don't have a Nathan cam. Do you have a Nathan cam?
I'm not dressed.
You're not dressed? See, well, can you mute me? This is one of the problems with being live. I need to clear my nose and throat. Can you maybe mute everything? We're going to mute everything, so I'll be quiet just for a second. So I get congested easily because of sleep apnea, but also I have sleep apnea because the areas get blocked. I had surgeries to clear them up, but the nasal one is going to be one that has to be repeated because they get blocked again, just scar tissue and other crap. And so, anyway, now I'm clear. So, sorry if there's a bit more, I guess, sound effects from my mouth and other things. I can't cut them, it's live. I just got to live with it. In regular videos, of course, I cut all of that. All right, so screen down. I want to go back to chat, see how chat are going. Oh, no, Nathan can't do that. Okay, shadows. That would be horrible. Oh, gross. Okay, chainsaw nunchucks, question mark? Yeah, do it. Do it. And then we'll see the videos of people. And I'll just use another point there to say, nunchucks. Fun. I think nunchucks are fun. Go to town. You obviously can use it as do I need to repeat myself? But some people who are new just see me always saying nunchucks. I don't need to trigger you guys, okay?
All that I have, anger, cruelty, vengeance, I bestow upon you, my chosen knight. I have granted you immortality, so that you may herald in a new, dark age. You will become my force of retribution.
The Lich King must answer for what he has done.
Where you tread. Death Knight.
And we do say good morning, America. Tension is so real you can feel it.
Hey. I do see the super chats. Thank you, people, for mentioning them. We'll try and do a super chat catch up at the end of the stream, part of this stream, and we'll try and go through them all. Have you ever read Berserk? No, I haven't read Berserk. I kind of want to, though. Berserk is like epic. I know a decent amount of the story. I've seen the anime. I know there's a new anime that got real. I was ready to watch it, but then it got horrible reviews. Thoughts on tonfas? They're actually not terrible tonfas. They're stick plus fancy feature thing on it. Sticks are great, remember? So they're like cool sticks. Okay, moving on to the next segment. So this is a smaller one. Let me see if I'll bring it up. Oh, that's the medieval trailer. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Let's see. Is this the one? All right, we'll get to that as well. I have a lot of segments to get to, but this is the one. So. This is kind of funny, right? This is an animation. Let me quickly check who it's by. It is by Rachel Does Stuff. Rachel Does Stuff is the YouTube channel that this is on. So it is a very quirky, cute, animated music thing entitled Historically Accurate Disney Princess Song. Rachel Bloom. A historically accurate Disney princess. Oh, you all know about historical accuracy, medieval historical accuracy. So I want to say, I know. Look. This is made for comedy and over-exaggeration. I don't care. We're going to be looking at it for how accurate it really is, and we will hold this humorous animated short to the level of scrutiny that every pedant would expect. Knowing that that's not really it, but this is, I guess, one of the other things, right? When people try and make things historically accurate, there is a tendency for that pendulum to swing way too far in the opposite direction, and they try and and so there's some too far swinging in this, but it's fun, it's cute, and so is the audio on as well? Mm-hmm. You might need to mute my if in case there's So already. Look at this castle. It's not a very historically accurate castle. I'm triggered. It's a very much fancy castle, actually. Not to say that there aren't elements of accuracy, just like most fantasy castles. They're small elements, like this little, these aren't matriculations, but they're just little extensions to the tower roofs. And the tower roofs are somewhat similar to this, but Okay, so again, I'm gonna pause it a lot, even when I don't really need to. But I guess this is a YouTuber, so that should be fine. Like, shout out, go check them out if you haven't seen them. Okay, watch the whole thing in full. Village.
Oh, birds. At sunset, I wander through the village.
So, the voice is like perfect Disney princess voice. I mean, especially in singing, it is. So, that's like, they capture the tone of the classic kind of Disney princess theme really well. I can't see chat. What's chat saying here at the moment, Nathan?
Some people are saying get ready for the hour-long 3-minute video breakdown. People are claiming that the birds aren't historically accurate.
And neither was that tree. Let's go back. See this tree? That looks like a gum tree, an Australian gum tree. I mean, if I was to just go off, why is it an Australian gum tree? It's clearly, indisputably an Australian gum tree. What is that doing in a medieval setting? Can't.
Oh, birds. In the twilight and so quiet. Well, it's quiet because most people died of a plague.
Okay. Depending on the period, yes, but not like this is trying to reflect the whole medieval period. The plague was so massive and impactful that it's often associated with medieval period. And there were actually multiple plagues. The plague appeared not just in the Great Plague, but other times as well. There were like lesser outbreaks and everything. But we should never assume that was the whole medieval period. That was actually a more exceptional period of time, very memorable, very impactful for the whole world, really, and it shook up society massively. But it was technically a smaller period over the whole history of the medieval period. And so to say people are always dropping dead just from sickness and disease everywhere, it's like, well, then how did the human race continue in that area? As obviously people survived and carried society on, and there were times of peace and health and plenty, and not always famine and death. And so this is where the opposite pendulum thing that we see a lot, where people want to depict the medieval times as dark and grey and dirty, and everyone was dying, and it was plague-ridden, famine-full, and everyone was uneducated and couldn't read and all that stuff. You know all that.
Plague caused by jealous witches.
Okay. The witch burning. Last time I looked up, this is one that I want to double check, but the witch burning and even the Inquisition I want to double check, but the witch burning was a thing that happened later. It happened more prominently after the medieval period than in. So there's a lot of like Victorian superstitions and traditions and stuff that get ascribed to the medieval period because they think that's a bit backwards and weird. And a lot of Victorian interpretations and stuff that gets sent back then. And so I should probably, I don't want to say speak too authoritatively on this because I haven't done pre-research, but it might be a topic that I would want to do, and then I'd, deep dive on the research, get all the references and be able to say, all right, no, this is it. But from the cursory kind of information that I found throughout the years, from memory, this was actually not as common in the medieval period, but often is overly ascribed to be. Take that with a grain of salt. I'd want to double check myself on it as well. Okay, throwing out pee from a... What are you, chicken, Nathan?
I've been told by the wife to fix the focus.
Oh, yes. Yes. Ready? Let's get me in focus. Ready? Am I focused? That's a bit better. I can't tell, but... How's this? Oh, that's looking all right. Okay, is that better, guys? Thank you, my lovely wife, being on top of all that. So, dropping feces, pee, and stuff outside windows on people's heads, that was something that happened, but again, people ascribe it way too broadly. Oftentimes, this comes from accounts of London specifically. And then if outside of London, cities that did not have appropriate or good plumbing, and sewers built. Excuse me. So it didn't actually happen. And look, there probably were exceptions where it happened occasionally, but for the broader sense, it didn't happen in most other areas, even in other cities. There were laws against it. And so a couple of things we can gain from the fact that there were laws against it. I even have a quote. Where does this come up? I think this comes up in my video, my first medieval misconception video. I talk about this. But there's a quote from a king that is talking about, instituting a law to prevent it. And I was talking about London specifically. So London has a bad reputation because historical evidence indicates that they did a lot. So, and if there was a law against it, that goes to show that people were doing it. But it also means they weren't oblivious to how gross it was, and they tried to people to stop it and put a law against it, okay? So, it's not like people were just always okay with smelling crap and pee everywhere. Lots of people found it gross, and they tried to stop it, and in many areas, people didn't do it. So again, if they apply that broadly over everything, it paints a very gross and inaccurate picture of the medieval period. And one of the reasons why it was done in cities and stuff, because it was hard to, people, were lazy, and if they did try and remove it, they'll throw it into the river, the Thames, isn't it? What a gross, polluted river that thing became. And then there were also, people who were paid to remove it all and stuff. But there were streets literally named like SHIT Street in the medieval period because it was just caked with that. Like the residents of this particular street just did it, which also means you probably had streets that were just gross, feces-ridden, and other streets where people took a bit of pride and effort, and it wasn't caked in crap. All right, we'll continue.
The village, and I think that my life is missing something dear. As I stop to rest and cough up blood, I wonder, when will I find my prince?
So, look, this is very, very charming, cute, and funny, and all those things. Coughing up blood, again, not everyone was that sick or horror, treating illnesses like that were difficult. I have a recent video on medieval medicine. Check it out. I always point there, but I can't link it now. I usually do this in recording and then we'd link it or put a video picture or something like that. But pointing metaphorically at if this is on YouTube, it'll be maybe won't be recommended, but it's in the video list and it's only about 2 weeks old now. Medieval medicine, a lot of misconceptions about it. Turns out that they did some pretty full-on surgeries, like sawing open skulls and stuff that people survived from and actually saved people's lives as a result. Like, you know. So, again, this is something that when I see it, I instantly start to wonder, okay, where's the context of this? Because I see it a lot, you know, people in the stocks, in the public square, and they get vegetables thrown at them, and it's like, why would they throw away fresh food unless it was rotten food? As a public punishment, I think I have heard of reference of it actually being confirmed that this is a public punishment. But then I question, all right, how prevalent, how widespread, and all that, because it seems to be the common thing. You know, have you seen The Hunchback of Notre Dame? It comes in The Hunchback of Notre Dame a lot. And so I suspect, just because this has been my experience with many points of it, like facts, tropes, things that people often just go to in regards to this is what the medieval period was. Whenever I've researched those specific things, I found more nuance and reason behind it, an explanation, and sometimes it's nowhere near as, oftentimes actually, it's nowhere near as prevalent as people show.
Through the village and I noticed.
Surgeon, so, okay. There were a lot of, well, not a lot, but there were certainly conditions which medieval people didn't know how to treat, and one of the only ways to try and save people's lives were amputation. So if you got gangrene or horrible infections and stuff on your limbs, that would spread. They didn't know how to deal with it properly, so they just had to cut out the infected tissue, oftentimes the whole limb. Save people's lives. So it wasn't the treatment for everything, of course. Bloodletting, I heard was an actual treatment where they would actually drain blood at times, which was not good. But there are also things that they did that were actually, again, watch my video on medieval medicine. There were things that they had a far greater sophisticated understanding of. Sometimes it involved testing and drinking a little bit of urine, but they did it for a very important reason, actually, and they were able to detect diabetes that way before they even knew what diabetes was.
That everyone but me has found a love.
Arm falls off anyway, so I'm not sure if you heard me. Were you muting me? Yeah. So I said he is bloodletting, but then the arm falls off anyway. We'll go back to it.
There goes the blacksmith with his daughter wife.
Okay, all right. Age in the medieval period. There are, again, this is where some of the accounts are so out of the ordinary. That's why it impacts people a lot. Is it the White Queen? And if I were to look up the White Queen, just to double check, but I believe she was married at 12. I'm going to quickly double check that. Is it down, Nathan? Let me just.
It's down now.
Yeah, these are just things that I like to double check, but I believe that was the White Queen that was named married at 12. White Queen. There's a TV series. You'd only get. No, I want. Yes, it's a true story. Elizabeth. Maybe I'm gonna like getting things mixed up, but I believe there is a queen. White Queen history. It's a novel. Elizabeth Woodville. Is she the one? Okay, it was Queen of England, marriage to King Edward IV, until her death. I just want to make sure I'm going to cause Elizabeth known for beauty. King of England, marriage greatly enriched her siblings and children. What is chat saying? Chat always loves.
Someone's saying you might be thinking of Margaret Beaufort, mother of Henry the.
Okay, let me look it up. How's it, Margaret?
Beaufort.
Okay. Because I know there was one that was married at like 12. And so let's double check and... okay. Capitalized period. She... I'm just saying marriage.
The wife's trended again, said she was 15.
She was 15.
Yep.
Is that the White Queen one?
I'm assuming so.
Okay, so 15. There was one that was married at 12, I believe. So I don't know which one. So again, this is one of the... We're live. I need to double check these because when I make videos, I would double check everything before I spout off my mouth and make myself look like an idiot. Because there's all these factoids that I've heard over the years, and some get dredged up. But I'm pretty sure I've heard that there was a queen that was married at 12, but I'd want to double check it now. So, but it would take too long to try and do the research on the fly. But anyway, what I was saying about the getting married at a very young age. 14 to 16 seemed to be more common, but as to how common, it seems the young marriages were a bit more of an exception to the norm. The norm seemed to be getting married at the more standard ages, which are like 18 years and above, even in the medieval times. So the ones where women were married particularly younger, less common, did happen, lots of historical references, but then people hear that and they think every woman was getting married at a really, really young age. It's like, no, not as much as you think, actually. Okay, so we'll go back to the video. Let's see. Oh, it's in this one, that's right. Okay, back on the full screen.
10 years old and pregnant with her brother's son.
Brother's son, and so everyone was inbred as well. It's actually more royals, wanting to keep lines. And it wasn't necessarily this idea of keeping bloodlines pure, but more about inheritances and making sure certain things wouldn't be divided when, inheritance time came up, to keep kingdoms stable and together and other things. As to how common it was outside of that, I suspect it's, again, more exceptional, a greater rarity. And then it was also by degrees as well. Marrying direct siblings or that stuff, probably far more rare. Then stepping down to cousins. Cousins were probably far more regular, but then extending further that, it's probably even more common outside. And again, it's certain lines that had political... that were affected politically through marriages, where you see that happening a little more often.
I wander through the village, sighing deeply.
Markets are down. Buy the dip. Buy the dip.
Sell everything. Sell everything.
Hold on to those stocks, honey.
The world is full of financial noise. Our advisors use insights from global experts to keep your investments on track. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
So unclean, is that a reference to leprosy? And look, leprosy, was an issue. Wasn't everywhere.
Seeking guidance from the statue in the square. It's a statue of Christ adorned with thief heads.
Christ adorned with thief heads. I want to look this up right now. If you could take down the screen. This is one that I just need to find out, because I haven't heard of that before. Has chat ever heard that? It might, again, this might have been something that happened at a specific time and place, and then people are applying it too broadly. Yeah, what does the chat say?
Chat's finding most of the stuff ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, that's absurd. Out of context.
Mummified thieves. It's not coming up on the thief. So yeah, is this just like complete bullcrap that they just threw in there? But I would want to look. Maybe there was one case of it happening.
No one's ever heard of it. Apparently.
No one's ever. I haven't heard of it either. I was like, what, really? Are you sure about that? Nothing is coming. This, like, if it actually happened, you'd think it would be such a quirky, strange thing that there would be articles, people referencing it more, or anything like that. And I'm getting nothing on a tertiary brief search. Adorned with cut off. Look, maybe I don't know. Sometimes you find oddities in history, and so I don't want to say this is utter crap, and then throw shade at the creator of the video when there might have been a single instance of it somewhere. I'm not finding it. Adorned with maybe amputated. Because again, this is one of those interesting. Like, it's actually titled historically accurate, and people who have no real, I guess, point of reference to try and figure out what's history and whatnot, they could easily watch this and think, yes, it's an exaggerated thing, but they're clearly basing it. They assume they're basing it off historical fact, and then they just take that with them, and it's like, oh, that could be a huge misconception that's being perpetuated, or I'm getting nothing. I'm getting zip and zitch looking this up. Maybe instead of statue of Jesus, I'm just saying like hanging amputated thief hands / medieval. As barbaric punishment, and so because I'm not saying that there wasn't a practice of chopping off thieves' hands at certain periods in certain cultures and things like that. Like there's this live science thing that come up about brutal punishment for people, and we see like digging naval skeletons of young men who had their hands and feet cut off just before they died. So we've found archaeological evidence of people having this was hands and feet cut off right before their execution. Replaced his amputated hand with something else. But I'm getting nothing about hanging amputated hands off of stuff, like utterly nothing. You know, and so a lot of my audience, I think, would be obviously well aware to take like a comedic, satirical kind of thing like this with a grain of salt and not trust anything in it. But a lot of normal people don't, and this is where a lot of myths get perpetuated. Like, because they just see it associated with medieval times enough, they just think, oh, it's obviously based off history, like studded leather, you know? It's in medieval-related stuff, and they're all uneducated because that's just a myth that gets perpetuated again and again and again, and so it creates these misconceptions of medieval times. And it starts, actually, with stuff like this. Okay, so yeah, I have no idea where that's coming from. I would like, seriously, if I'm wrong and there is an instance of this happening anywhere, please let me know. The creator of this video, link it to me. I'll bring it up in the next live stream. I would love that. But at the moment, I'm getting nothing. And again, like but like I said, I'm finding nothing. But if I'm wrong, happy to showcase it in the next stream.
Oh, when will I find my friends? Oh, look, everyone. It's my friends from the forest, the Jews. Hello, Jews.
So, but this is actually a thing. There was anti-Semitism in medieval times. It arose, and sometimes there wasn't. To think it's brought like flat everywhere is wrong. That it was everywhere, but it did actually happen. What's the chat saying?
Chat has exploded. Everyone's like, huh, wait, what? Did I hear that right?
There was anti-Semitism. And sometimes it came from frustration from Christians who wanted to convert Jews, and you know, they're very traditional people and they believe in their religion, and they got nowhere with them. And Martin Luther, okay, he actually wrote, so Martin Luther, this is the Martin Luther who started, you know, a large Protestant movement in medieval times. He wrote some scathing things about Jewish people that gave certain inspiration to a gentleman from Germany with a funny mustache, okay? And this was Martin Luther, and he wrote those things out of, because he actually wanted to try and convert the Jewish people to Christianity, and he got really frustrated that he didn't succeed, and he ended up writing some pretty certain things about Jewish people. And so, that's one point of evidence. It's another point of evidence, like, there was the Little Crusade. Let me just double check this. I think it's called the Little. If we can take that out. So I'm going to quickly bring up the Little Crusade. Little Crusade. Sorry, Children's Crusade. Children's Crusade was a group of people that kind of jumped the gun and went off a crusading before the main first crusade. They got so ready to go. And I was led by this this kind of this guy that was a bit of a... So it's European Christians, maybe... So traditional accounts, modern accounts... So Nicholas of Cologne from Germany, the first movement Nicholas, a shepherd from the Rhineland in Germany, tried to lead a group across the Alps and into Italy in the early spring of 1212. Nicholas said that the sea would dry up before them and allow his followers to cross into the Holy Land. Rather than intending to fight the Saracens, he said that the Muslim kingdoms would be defeated when their citizens converted to Catholicism. So I'm reading through this, right? Let me just quickly do a find thing. Okay, maybe it wasn't the Children's Crusade because I was watching a documentary on the Crusades and actually mentioned that there was a group, and it might not have been the Children's Crusade, but there was a group of people that actually attacked like a village that was mostly, had Jewish people in there and just... and it turned out most of them were actually Christians as well. That was a misfire, to say the least. But just cases of anti-Semitism in the medieval period. It was certainly present. Wasn't everywhere, okay? Because people obviously, Jewish people were in the medieval period, and oftentimes they did live in peace and harmony and all that stuff. But this one isn't coming out of like nowhere. this trope or joke, okay?
I never did ask you. Why do you live in the forest? Oh, I see. To hide from people trying to kill you. Well, that's very resourceful, my picky little friends. Tell me, have you ever had a dream that you thought wouldn't come true? Oh, I see. Your dream is that people won't want to kill you. Well, that's definitely a dream that won't come true. Oh, well...
Some dark humor, okay? It's funny. It's a joke, people. It's not a dog whistle or anything like that, and it's actually pointing at something that there were cases of it. Wasn't everywhere, but there were cases of it in medieval times.
Well, goodbye. Jews.
Oh my goodness. Oh, what's chat saying?
Everyone is also shocked. Everyone's just like dead. Whoa. I can't believe that.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that.
That video took a turn.
Well, it took a turn. And look what we see here. Skinned baby on the screen. Oh my goodness.
Oh, if I found my prince.
Ye special raccoon of unusual intelligence eats his brain and gains wisdom. Acceptable meats, it says. So hang on. If you go back, see the guy with the chain? You can barely see it. It says, ye wife. All right, do you see this? Yeah, ye wife in chains to the man. This is more of a misconception, okay? Like, abuse, like marital abuse happens in the modern day. It happens back then, of course, and it happened both ways. And so to say that men never suffered marital abuse is a lie. The thing is, right, in medieval times and other times, men were ostracized more if they were victims of it, even socially ostracized. And in the reverse, there were public laws against it. It was never accepted, okay? To say that it was okay for a man to beat his wife, there were public laws against it. One of the references I read was in late medieval Germany, because I was looking up the laws in which, because it was actually a legal requirement in certain cities to own weapons and to wear and carry swords, which I thought was awesome. And then I was looking up the conditions in which penalised, and one of the penalties in which revoked your privilege right to bear arms in the city was for wife beating. If you beat your wife, penalties. And so society obviously was against it in many instances, most instances in fact by the look of it, and to say, just assume that it was accepted to just mistreat your spouse. No, in actual fact, the more time, the instances of when spousal abuse was actually accepted and brushed off was when it was the wife abusing the husband. So it's not to say it wasn't a patriarchal society, which it was, and where men took the lead, and there weren't interesting things like. So I was reading. This was one of the medieval writings on chivalry. I think this one was by Chrétien de Troyes, and it's about chivalry, and the way he writes about women is interesting. Okay, there was, of course, sexist things that existed in the past. It's not to say it always went one way, all right? There are sexist things in society that went the other way, like there's this disposability of men and how often they died and all that stuff, and how expected it was, you know. Many instances of that in history, but of course you see very clear signs of sexism, you know, and in this writing, it just flat out starts to speak about how women are inferior to men, and it's in one of the writings of chivalry. And if it wasn't Chrétien de Troyes, it was one of the other ones, Raymond Lull. It was either Chrétien de Troyes or Raymond Lull. But yeah, I was just wanting to research chivalry, and it goes on to. But what's it? So okay. This came. You need to understand it from their perspective. The reason why he started to talk about gender dynamics, essentially, in this chivalric writing, was actually an injunction on men to have greater responsibility. And he was was framing it in a bad way, saying women are inferior. And then he said, but because men are, you know, stronger and all that stuff, there is a greater expectation on them to act chivalrous and all these other things. So it's interesting to just see what the mindset was back then. Anyway, that took us places.
Also, chap pointed out there's a raccoon.
There's a raccoon.
Is there a raccoon? That's not historically accurate at all. Raccoons are native to the Americas.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Thank you, chat. All right, continuing.
We dine on kidney cream and horse vagina.
Source reference, please. Sometimes people did eat weird things. All right. Interestingly enough, past times they considered many types of seafood gross, like eating bugs, like eating crab and other things, and prawns and things. It's just like, as a bug, why would you eat that? But for the larger, they ate things that we would recognise and be very familiar with. You know, vegetables, grains, very common, bread, meat. Pork was the more common meat eaten by the peasantry, but also pork was very, very commonly eaten. Fish, okay, salmon was really widespread in a lot of places. They did like pickled herring, but anyway, these weird, crazy things. I'm sure some people ate weird things now and then that we would think. I would like to explore some of those oddities, but then that spreads that this is what they always ate when they're more exceptional. But for the most part, they ate things that we would be very familiar with. So, as a guy with a bear tied up, so medieval people had an interest in exotic animals, just like we have in the modern day. We go to zoos and things, and so there are cases of kings owning certain exotic animals. There's a reason why the lion became, the device, the sigil of English royalty, and it ended up being 3 lions. And so they liked having, and so at one point they even had lions. This was later, but they had lions at the White Tower, and then I heard that they kept them in the moat at other points as well, like these exotic animals. Exceptional. The rich people, the kings more specifically, were the ones that would get their hands on these exotic animals.
Drink champagne and torture a bear. The castle would be
We've addressed that.
filled with love and laughter. And you fill me with it.
Dancing, you know, with poo piled up on the street. We've addressed that thing as well.
Seed, forcibly and rough. I
Got a bit explicit there.
give birth to a son and then die right after.
Okay. Mortality in childbirth obviously happened much more often in the past, usually due to infection after childbirth and stuff. But they still, like, their population still grew and they still increased and everything, so it wasn't like a guaranteed thing, and it wasn't even 50-50, okay? It was just much higher, and women did die in childbirth far more often than the modern day, but it wasn't like 50% of all women always died in childbirth and everything, because do you know the average amount of children, the average medieval household, how many children they had on average? 6. The average of all medieval households were 6 children. So clearly women weren't dying all the time from childbirth, otherwise that average would be impossible. 6 children. Now, of course, there'll be people with more and then people with less. That's how you get the average. But,
People were giving their averages. Some was 8.
8.
712. 7. 5. 14.
I mean, I'm more confident on that statistic. If we could take that down, let me just quickly look it up. Because again, if I was making a video on this, I like to try and double check my things. But this one I'm pretty confident on. But I'll just quickly look it up. Average children per household medieval. The average dropped to 1.9, continued to decrease. Is that because of certain things? So maybe I got that average wrong, but I thought it was 6. I don't know, 5 to 6. As far as we can tell, medieval French, so this is from medieval France, okay, families were significantly bigger than modern Western families, average perhaps around 5 to 6. In contrast, modern France has an average, so that's talking about contrast. How many children did the average medieval woman have? 6 or 7, this one says. So, like, I thought I got that correct, but it looks like the average dropped in certain times. Okay, so this is like rural areas in diocese and, so obviously very specific areas. 1329, the outbreak of the first plague epidemic caused the average to be 2.8 children actually live. So during plague, that average dropped clearly, but it looks like the more standard average outside of times of plague, yeah, is 6. So if that was the average, obviously women aren't dropping dead everywhere. It happened more in higher amounts, of course, but it wasn't like 50%. This is not, so I did a video on Night's Watch. Night's Watch isn't for everyone, so I'll warn you before sending anyone over from Shadowverse to Night's Watch, but you might like it. But I did a reaction review of House of the Dragons, the new Game of Thrones thing, and the creators are getting very political, and one of the political things that they were wanting to do was their depictions of childbirth in this new House of Dragons thing, and they were saying it was 50-50, that a woman would live or die when giving childbirth, which is just ridiculously incorrect to the medieval period, because again, how did the population just continue, period, if they were dying so often? But not only did they continue, the average household had 6 children. Again, I am saying mortality in childbirth was much higher than modern times. I don't know the actual percentage amount, but it wasn't 50-50. It wasn't like guaranteed you're going to die when you give birth. All right, we will continue.
I wandered through the village seeking and...
Sorry, we see Aladdin there. Gets his heads chopped off. That's what I actually now want to double check. I want to find out how often the punishment for theft was chopping off hands. Obviously, I don't think it was for every case of theft in every time period, because that's the danger. Out of anything that I ever like to try and teach about on medieval misconceptions is that when you hear these factoids about history, don't apply them over the entire period in every single region unless you can find evidence where it was far more widespread. But the default, never do that. Take it as an interesting factoid that happened here and then, and take it as like, that was an interesting thing that happened in this specific area and region. And then if it does apply more broadly, that's where you find resources to double check it. Now I want to double check the hair chopping off thing, because I don't think it was widespread as they're showing here.
But love hasn't given me a glimpse. It isn't in this shop or in this cart of baby corpses.
Infant mortality was very high. Very, very high. As to how high, this is where the statistic of the average lifespan of the medieval person gets skewed in misconceptions, where they say the average life expectancy was like 30 years old or something, 20 to 30 or something like that. And most people died. No. The reason why the average ends up being that is because of the high rate of child mortality. If you survived, infancy and the time of being a child, oftentimes you'll live to about 70 years old, all right? And so we see depictions of the elderly did exist in the medieval period, all right? And so to say no one lived to 70 years old is wrong. Again, the thing that brings down that average is the higher rate of infant mortality and dying when you're younger. As to the percentage and amounts, I'd want to look that up. Of course, this is an exaggerated thing where it's like a full carton full of dead babies. The scary thing, right? One of my children most likely would have died after birth if we didn't have modern technology to look after him. She had trouble breathing. She was born, this is obviously my daughter, she was born with fluid in the lungs and couldn't breathe on herself, and she had to be put in an incubator and stuff like that. It was, it was, being a father watching that is a nightmare, by the way. And yeah, without modern technology, most likely my daughter would have died. Horrifying stuff. And so that's an example of the things that can happen, and, infant mortality.
I was having relationship issues with my old bank. It was just take. So I moved to SoFi Checking and Savings.
Get 2.00% interest and earn up to $300 when you set up direct deposit. SoFi, get your money right.
Yeah.
When will I find my prince? When hand Jesus?
And Jesus thing. I'm just so confused by this. It's so weird, and then they refer to it so explicitly. I'm thinking, I'm down like, is there an instance of this? I'll remember, we looked it up, we didn't find anything.
Oh, when will I find my prince? Oh, it's my prince.
Okay, dark humor, very humorous, over-exaggerated. I would not call this historically accurate. This is just inaccurate in the other direction in a very dark, comedic way. For humor, I know it does it on purpose, but there we go. So someone shared that with me on Twitter, and they wanted me to, share my thoughts. And there we go. Chat seems to be laughing. They found it. They found it very funny. Okay. Yeah. Inaccurate in the other direction, in the dark depictions of, and that's the annoying thing, where people think that, Disney shows this over-exaggerated fairy tale land of medieval. Let's make it historically accurate, and then they just go to the other extreme of the inaccurate depictions of the medieval period being dark, horrible, dirty, grey. People saying that was fantastic. Shad, can we get a book showcase behind you one of these times? Maybe indeed. Maybe even my wife, the lady, has already done something in regards to that. That might be coming out soon-ish. Super chat reading time. Yes, we do need to get to the medieval trailer, but I think we should catch up on some super chats. Let me quickly refresh and see how many we got going. So if people can bear with me, I'll refresh it. and bring them out. Oh wow, there's a good chunk. Let me go through them. I can read them, Nathan, because I have a way to bring them up. So, Daniel G, $5, thank you, sir. Says, love your stuff. Never seen you stream in the USA. We played a game called Amptgard, AMPTGARD, all across America and in Portland, Oregon, a group called SCA. Very fun. So that's the Society of Creative Anachronism. We got the SCA here in Australia. They do great stuff. I love seeing what the SCA do. Good to see you join us for the stream. Glad you got to get the notification this time, and thank you. So, Taker 610, $2. I appreciate the donation. Shad, is that Cloud's Buster Sword behind you? No, I don't think so. I don't think I've got a Buster Sword behind me. So this is the Witcher Calamisil sword, and this is a custom, special-made Calamisil sword with the hilt from a video game, Kingdom Come Deliverance, and with a really cool longer blade. It's like a big two-handed one. That's one of my favourite LARP swords now. But no Buster Sword. I don't think so. The Pretzel 2, $5. How many swords do you have? Also, how big is your crew? How is your crew and family doing? They're doing great. Things are going good. I'll give you a bit of an update at the end of the stream after we look at the medieval thing about how the channel is going in regards to the YouTube shenanigans and things. But the support that the community has been thrown my way, I'm really grateful for. That support is what's been helping break through the issues that YouTube is creating. How many swords do I have? I have a chunk now. I don't know. Am I in the 30 range? Maybe 30 to 40 range?
We need to count them one time, I think.
I think we need to count them. Not nearly as many as I would like, though. I want to get ones, look, at the bare minimum, I want to get swords that are representative of all the types of swords across the thing. So I still need a falchion, still need a messer and stuff. And so there's several I need to complete my collection on top of the ones I would just like to own because they're really nice. But when I see those, I'm like, I already have a long sword, nice long sword. I should wait until I complete my collection. Thank you for the super chat, though. Frank Knox, $4.99, appreciate ya. Says, matriculations. Yes, sir. Volker Darkmoon, $5. Shad, between Witcher 3 and Dragon's Dogma, which is better? Dragon's Dogma. Don't at me. I'll fight you on it. Dragon's Dogma, best action RPG ever made. Watch my video on Dragon's Dogma. I've got a video here on Dragon's Dogma where I share my thoughts. Obi, $2. Can you react to the Hwacha? The Hwacha, that's the that is the Korean thing that shot arrows through fireworks, I believe. Let me just double check. Hwacha. Hwacha, I believe. Yeah, it is. So you can bring up the screen again. This is the Hwacha, I believe is referring to. It might be an interesting video to explore on that. Clearly, I'm aware of it. Maybe, but thank you for the chat. So we can take the screen down and get back to...
We've started an argument now in chat about Witcher and Dragon's Dogma. I'm going to do a poll. And chat, you know what to do.
Remember, though, people will be thinking RPG generally. Witcher is probably a better general RPG. Dragon's Dogma is an action RPG. That's the key. As an action RPG, it is the best action RPG ever. But I think people would just be trying to gauge it on RPG generally. But even the thing is, I love Dragon's Dogma so much in character creation. I would probably prefer Dragon's Dogma still over The Witcher. Obi for $5, thank you for the super chat, says, can you react to the 15th century Korean rocket launcher known as Hwacha, please? So, yeah, asking again, and yes, so I know of it. Maybe we'll do a video on it. I love some Koreans. Korean warfare is really intriguing. It's just when Korea gets ignored because Japan is like katanas and ninjas and the pop culture element and stuff. When Korea has some amazing cool stuff, cool swords as well. Duke EE3E. Hey Shad, there's $5, thank you. I got to settle a bet with a friend. Do you believe ducks are superior to turtles? I do. And has anyone else asked you something so daft? Oh, I ask myself stuff like that all the time. I'm sorry though, sir. I got to give it to the turtles. They're like a walking castle. They just got the defense and they can retreat back into the castle. And I don't think a duck could, unless the duck catches them outside of the castle. And also size and other things. Maybe it's my personal bias, but turtle, walking castle. How could I not love turtles? Robert McDonald for $100, mate. Thank you very much. Says, congratulations on the new streaming shows. Missed the live one last week. Well, thank you for that joining us this week, mate. Really appreciate it. Genuinely thank you for that. Tim LB for $20. Regarding apnea, seems like another operation will make more scar tissue. I use two overlapping breathe right strips every night. It's been working for years, but only breathe right, not the knockoffs. I've tried them all. I've tried a lot of different things. Tried things that like put out the nose, keep open, other things. And at the moment, I'm just needing to live with it. It's better than it used to be. It's not perfect, and I still have issues, but the surgeries did do something. They did help. Excuse me. Ezra Folk for $5. Skull has an old flail axe testing video, and it actually worked pretty well. Also rewatch his double axe video for some Also rewatch his double axe videos. I've watched them. His takeaway on his double axe videos was that sometimes the second axe head, it can be different sizes, and there's interesting cases from history and stuff like that. I was more, like, my video, you'll clearly see me saying talking about symmetrical ones. When you have a back axe head that's exactly the same as the front axe head, it's pretty redundant. You don't get a lot of advantages out of it. So I appreciate Skull's video, but my opinion in the context I was talking about is largely the same. But when it talks about having a different thing, even if it's a different axe head, well, I acknowledge that when you have something different on the back end, that increases the validity, but I went all the way to like a spike, something that really gives you more versatility. There's a good option. But thank you for the super chat, Ezra. I appreciate it. Rusty Shackleford for $5. Hey, man, thanks for doing this show. What a great way to end my weekend. May the force be with you, my friend. Thank you, mate. And I love them. These live streams are a heck of a lot of fun. So, weekly show, Sunday Night Swords. Book it in. Come join us every week. Thomas Hayden for $10. A tangent. What if Klingon weapon handles were made with just leather straps because it took in account most Klingons wear gloves? That could make up for the handle. Not sure. Check out my video because actually, I forget which video now, but in one of the more recent ones, I redesigned the bat'leth to make it far more functional, and it'd actually be a cool weapon. I would actually, if I saw that design I had, I was like, yeah, that has validity. William HM, $1, thank you, sir. It's $1.99. What are those books on the shelves above the globe? So specifically above the globe, these ones, those are, well, most of them are leather-bound Brandon Sanderson. This is a leather-bound Eye of the World, Wheel of Time. Hard to get your hand on this one, but man, I love Wheel of Time. I love it. Got the leather-bound Eye of the World right there. And the other ones are Brandon Sanderson, and I love Brandon Sanderson. Love him as a person, love him as an author, and so there's Elantris, Mistborn, whole first arc of Mistborn, we've got the Warbreaker one, Way of Kings, leather-bound. And then, of course, there's my novel right there. Look at Shadow of the Conqueror. And then Princess Bride is great. We've got the novel and leather. I love leather-bounds. Love them. You're smiling, Nathan. Were there some chats?
I was just watching you nerd over books.
Yeah. The Rookie Critic for $20. Thanks, mate. Like, genuinely, thanks. Your style of videos kick butt, man. Oh, thank you. Love the autopsies and the Night's Watch discussions over crap shows from your whole crew. I'm glad you appreciate it. We have fun on Night's Watch. We're critical. We wage a crusade. That's the whole theme of why we're knights and everything. Really, it's just to justify the night I said because I like knights. But we get where it applies appropriately with the crusades we wage against crap media because, like, especially when I started to learn more about writing, of course I became more of a critic because I could see more flaws in the media that was being spewed out. And so we call it out. Robert McDonald for $20 says, England expelled the Jewish population from 1290 to 1640-ish. Double check it. Sounds about right, but again, you'd want to double check it. But yeah, there are instances of anti-Semitism in the period, quite starkly so in some cases. William HM for $1.99. Can we get a book showcase on the ones behind you? Yes, you can. Stay tuned. Robert McDonald for $10. Appreciate it. Thank you. Says, Shad, streaming recommendations. Don't mess up the flow of the host narrative with looking stuff up. You should be tossing threat to your producers and let them chime in with the answers. Good idea. I'll pass it off to Nathan. Nathan, you can look stuff up for me.
Chat.
Clifton 3D says, thank you for streaming. You are welcome. I'm really enjoying streaming. I'm glad you guys are liking it. Smiling even though I feel like crap. Oh, I hope you feel better. This helps my sleepless nights. Awesome. Glad we can help. All right, so I know more super chats have come in since then, but that brought me up to date to the point where I looked them up because we have a trailer to get through still. The main event of this stream, you could say. The medieval trailer. Let me find that. That'll be in this browser, actually, because of the links. And I had another video. Maybe I'll save that for next stream, because there's a video I wanted to react to from another YouTuber. I think it's Cody Makes, but I'll look it up when it does. But we might not have time to get to that. But it's such a great video, it deserves more attention. And I had thoughts to share because there's some really interesting things about metallurgy and swords and stuff that he talks about, which will be fun. And so hang out for next week. But this one, I don't know how long it'll take us to get through it. We'll see. So this is a film called Medieval. If you have the gall to call your film Medieval, you better bloody be accurate. We'll see. We'll see. So is it up? We might even chuck to full screen at times for this one, so you guys can get the experience as we start. Okay. It starts with a guy killing some other guy. Action. I don't like his armor. I know they're going for some type of brigandine. I will comment on it when we have a better look of his armor, but at the moment, it's not passing muster for me. Oh. Castle. That's not Hohostovitz. No, it's not. It's a different, but it's like, that almost looks like okay. The pronunciation is weird to the spelling. If you could just shrink it, Nathan. So the prominent hill it's on gives me Hohostovitz. It's pretty Hohostovitz, I believe is. It's close. I'm closer than just phonetically saying Hochostovitz. But if I was to shrink this, so if we take it down, I'll quickly look up Hochostovitz for your pleasure and reference, people. So let me just look up, and then so. Why Hohostovitz comes up a lot is because it's the castle with like 13 gatehouses or something. It's a gorgeous castle. This is it here, so we can bring that up. It's still loading in, but look at this thing on this hill right here. Gorgeous, amazing, and then you have all these gatehouses running down. As to when it had all those gatehouses at different points, I don't know. Like they obviously added, as the medieval period, it wasn't. I don't think it was built with that many gatehouses. Older castle gives me that vibes. The trailer, and it's spelled Hochostverwitz. And someone sent me an actual email helping me with the pronunciation. I still get it wrong, but I'm closer to it. And it's Hochostverwitz or something like that. Awesome castle. We will go back to the video. I have so many. I'm just going to close all these weird tabs quickly. Okay. Back to the trailer. Yeah, it gives me Hochostverwitz vibes. All right, let's go back. We've got it it looks dark, yet it shouldn't be, because we see the light streaming through the window, which means they've gone out of their way to mute the colors. The saturation has been pushed down in this. Why do they friggin' do that all the bloody time? It's like they think that the medieval period, we must lower the saturation, no color, no vibrant color to make it look like the past. It's like, it friggin' annoys me. It's just crap now. We have to make everything seem desaturated and plain and dull. Even when there should be lots of light streaming into this set, they throw it down and make it look colorless. And they even lowered the darkness as well. No, helmets, you know, I think it's passable. It seems a bit tropey. I'd like to look up actual historical... Sorry, when I say helmet, I mean, sorry, crown. I would like to look up actual crowns. It's got the fleur-de-lis in it, so is he French, or is it some type of connection to France? I like the pattern work on the back of his chair.
Tyranny.
Gosh. It's... The medieval period is desaturated, dark, everything full of death, and at the moment, I'm not seeing much difference between this and the over-exaggerated Disney princess thing, which is made for a joke. It's not starting well. I'm just saying. It's like medieval, it's dark, no colours. Annoying. I like the castle in the background. It's a gorgeous castle. I would want to know the period now. The period that this film is set in. Because that style of castle is a later period castle, especially with those really tall turrets on the side there. It also looks like a Germanic style castle. So I'd want to know the region, see if they got it right. Is this based somewhere in medieval... Because look, medieval Germany was a Holy Roman Empire in the period, and it was divided into so many city-states and things like that, of different, essentially different kingdoms and things. So when you say medieval Germany, I'm talking about just the Germanic regions, not Germany as like a, you know, nation.
Chad's saying that from what they've seen, it looks like to be the 15th century or early 1400s.
Okay, so late medieval period, that wouldn't then justify the design of castle, but then the region. What's the region? And if we have that period, that means I'm going to be gauging the design, the weapons and armor to the period as well.
I said it's the pre-color age.
Yeah, I know. This is like... Dude, I can't stand it. They actually think the medieval period, like, why do they desaturate? I know why, to give it this dark, grimy look. Make it look gritty, and it's a trope now, it's annoying.
Wanted you to be my sweet honeybee, and if I was a tree growing tall and green, all I'd wanted you to shade me and be my leaves.
Okay, we'll continue. People just hung from trees. We've seen a battlefield, dead guy, people hanging from trees. They're trying to paint the medieval period as like this nightmare hellscape. Friggin' hell, I can't stand it already. And again, look at the sunshine. That should be shining through, making this a really bright scene, and they've desaturated it and made it a bit darker. There was a lot of different quick cuts happening there. So we're gonna go. Is there anything interesting to see through this? Guy jumping off. He's got a spear in the hand. It's into a river. Armor doesn't look terrible there, just from this angle. Male, you know. Man, it happened in the last stream. I can't. There's pauldrons, but the smaller types are. Like this is like again. The videos I always about. Someone will share it in chat. Small. Yeah, Nathan, I'll get you to double check for it. Like, look it up. It's the small. Type small pauldron, and then the chat. It annoys me that. But anyway, that's the type of armor it is. I'll reference. Chat will save me. Let me bring up chat. Stabs guy through plate armor. We'll see if it's like, you know, is it possible to swim in armor? Good point. Let me talk about Spolder. Thank you. Gosh, they came up last stream. I don't know. Like, frustrates me that. So, can you swim in armor? I've seen tests done in chainmail. it is possible to swim in chainmail, but it is like a massive effort. They have to be treading water like crazy to keep their head above water, and so you can't maintain it for very long because that armor is pulling you down. And this guy, I was going to say he was wearing a male hauberk, but you actually see some gambesons, so maybe these are just chainmail sleeves. And is wearing an arming double underneath, which would be good, accurate. Okay, and then random people, like hopefully they do see if they're actively not trying to swim upwards, both of them should be sinking. Maybe they're actually just standing. The floor of this river isn't too deep, and they're just standing there, and the weight of their armor is just pulling them to the floor. And then random fighting. Oh, look at that! It's a flail. They love throwing in flails there. The armor looked cheap and unfitted. Look at the gap here in this breastplate. Look, obviously they had unfitted armor in the medieval period, but it goes into what do you want to depict most? That most armor was crude and unfitted and everything when they're only showing one extreme. When yes, crude, unfitted, secondhand armor was very common in the medieval period, but you know what was also common? Fitted, well-made, good armor. That was a mace being knocked in someone's leg. Oof, that would hurt. Two-hand strike. Guy dropping. All right, so again, we get to see some close-up of this guy's brigandine. Don't like it. You know why? You can see the gaps between the plates. They look like there were brigandines. The later you go, the smaller the plates and brigandines did become at times, and there were times when they got really, really small. But this one, I don't know why, you can actually see gaps between these plates, and it's too flexible. It doesn't, you can kind of see just from this that this is actually a flexible kind of prop thing, either made of leather or some type of foam, everything, and then they've put an over top layer of maybe fake leather or some type of cloth with small plates that are not properly overlapping to give the look that there's plates there, and then they have rivets to show that this should be brigandine. But you actually, if this was real armor and you see the indents between the plates, it's like, okay, that means you could just stab in between the plates, and so it doesn't look authentic as a result. Also, the other thing, if they're going to do brigandine and they're going to the trouble of actually putting a cloth type covering over top the plate, they usually put it in a type of color. You look at art, even the cheap, regular soldiers have really bright colored brigandines, blue, red, yellow, and so they hate color because they hate color in this film. They're throwing everything, and one of the rare times where someone's depicted wearing a brigandine, poorly made one, still clearly a brigandine, they make it brown and dirty because they can't have color. Alright, so riding on a horse, smacks a mace, someone cops it. Brigandine's pretty darn short as well. A lot of brigandines went down a bit lower. Sometimes there's the classic wasp thin kind of brigandines where they have a second more flaring out piece. But then you have brigandines similar to the type I wear that is based off of actual. So watch my video on brigandine. It's the thumbnail that says not studded leather, and I have all the references there about the type of brigandine, the historical piece that it's based off of. What's interesting about that is it still goes further down from the waist, okay? Very maneuverable, makes it a little harder to sit in, but it usually always goes down to at least here. I've seen very few examples of brigandines that short. Of course, there would have been examples, but if they wanted to show something that's a bit representative of medieval type of brigandine and everything, it would be longer as well. Hey, it's that guy. What's the actor name? He's a good actor. I appreciate him in Dark Knight and then appears in lots of things. He's one of those classic actors. But chat will be spamming it in a second. Michael Caine. There he is. We got to it before we saw it in chat. There we go. But there it appears. Yeah, Michael Caine. So they got a prominent enough actor in it. Now, what is he saying? Because I do want to try and pay attention to the narrative, the trailers. Europe was engulfed in war, so I'd like to know the period then. What war is this specifically? Because if this is like set during one of the darker times of Europe where war was everywhere and everything, okay, it's still very tropey of how desaturated and dark and violent everything is. Maybe the action will still be good, okay? At the moment, it's making many of the same annoying mistakes that all the medieval-based films do. The stories could actually be great, and the action could be a lot of fun and engaging. We don't get to see enough so far to give us an indication of this. At the moment, it seems very stock standard. People bashing people. Europe is this hellscape. It's all war-ridden and all that. Plague and famine and war. Is it like, is this during the Black Plague period? Because if this is based in the 1400s or late 1400s, this would be after the Black Plague. Plague still popped up now and then, but it wasn't as, you know, society destroying as the Great Plague, as the Black Death.
Chad's saying the Hussite Wars, also called the Bohemian Wars.
Bohemian Wars. Let me look that up. So actually, no. Could you look that up? Give us the. I'll get Nathan to look up. Thank you, Chad. You look up the Hussite Wars. Give us a time period for this. All right. So nobleman needing someone's help. So Mr. Kane here. Everything, like, you see the embroidery on his outfit, and they're making it look like it's made out of, the colours are grey and black, when this would be something really vibrant and everything. I'm glad that they have an embroidery on his outfit, but they hate colour so much, they've desaturated the colour from it. What have you found there, Nathan?
So dates between the 30th July 1419 and the 30th of May 1434.
Okay, so this is, all right, the early 15th century. This is like golden period for Brigandine, absolutely. And yeah, we should be seeing, you know, long swords, like a pretty wide range of medieval weapons during this period. But this is definitely good period to see lots of long swords. And, you know, pole axes, halberds, all the stuffs. What area is it based in? The Hussite Wars. Get Nathan to look that up. Yeah, he'll keep reading. He'll let us know. I'm insulted by how grey and drab they've made his outfit look. It feels like they've literally purposefully sucked all the colour out of it.
Well, someone in chat said before, you know, you got your nice big red Brigandine, even though it's a darker colour, there's still colour in it, whereas it's like...
Maybe the guy's Brigandine is a colour, but they've just, you know...
And the pictures I'm looking at here, the art, are like, you know, nice, vibrant artworks. But, you know, it was based in Central Europe. Yeah,
okay, but that looks like the Germanic regions, east of France, yeah, so... So the castle was accurate to the area then as well. Oh, yeah. Okay, so... I'm going to listen to the narrative, what he says, and then go back scene by scene and have a look at the accuracies. Alright, so... Looks like they're trying to set up a political marriage, and this seems like inspired by historic events. Catherine. Chat, let us know. Catherine the Who. But, alright, so... Yeah, bridge. Again, look how dark everything is. It's all just grey. So... I almost, like, even if this is an interesting film, good story and everything, I almost don't want to watch it because I'm insulted by how the visual depiction of the medieval period perpetuating such just crap of what it actually looked like in the time. Make it look like this horror world. Even Game of Thrones had more colour than this. So, get to see, yeah, like, oh, man... His Brigandine is even worse now. Look how short it is. His Brigandine is so short that you could stab him in the gut pretty easily. So much easier. That Brigandine should be coming down to his almost thighs. What is this guy wearing? He's wearing this full screen it, if you could, Nathan. Do you see this guy in this weird jacket with just random metal plates? on top, that is fantasy garbage. It's supposed to be in a historical setting. Absolute crap. And of course, they're all dirty and messy and everything. Look, it's got wearing a short sleeve. It must be an arming doublet because we see no chainmail coming down underneath the brig. So it looks like just short sleeve arming doublet. And yeah, like there was a lot of short sleeve mail. Okay. I don't know what he's wearing on his arm. This guy here, look at it. He's got a massive dint in his armor. Does he bother to maintain it? Either what should have happened, he got the dint recently, or he does not care about his armor and do any maintenance and repairs at it at all, to polish it up, to make it clean, to fix dints and everything like that. And again, it perpetuates this ragtag, everything is half broken, everything, no one bothered to fix or repair, mend their clothes or repair their armor. It's just the tropey, crappy, medieval, dirty, grimy crap. Interesting. Oh, sorry, like he had the mace slipped through the belt there. I don't mind that. I was like, yeah. Okay. I'm seeing lots of modern windows. See these? So this is actually filmed at a real location with a real castle because they have modern windows in them. Like, look at these square modern windows, especially here. Like, so these were usually added after the fact. These windows here look Victorian, like Victorian stone-framed windows. These look like double-hung windows. And you could have square windows in like cottages and buildings and things. Could you make it full screen for us, Nathan, so people can see easier? So they could have square windows, but if it was on cottages and stuff, these are obviously glass windows. They had glass, but it was expensive and upper-class thing. So what they would do, they would have wooden shutters, and they would open up during the day, close them during the night to keep the warmth in. Or they would have other things where they had like wooden slats, vertical slats, almost looking like prison bars, and that's to prevent people breaking in and out. Or they would have like even oiled cloth over the windows, which would still let in some light, but make a barrier to keep some heat in. But like having all these buildings looking like very more modern style, double hung glazed windows, is like, that does not look accurate as a result. The buildings probably date pretty far back, honestly, but what happens to these buildings is that they get renovated to make them more livable, more bigger windows, more light and all that stuff, and they get added after the fact. And so they're using a real location to try and save budgetary things, but if you know what to look for or recognize, you're thinking, this is from a modern, could they have CG'd more, period windows on it and stuff? Inspired by true events. I'm going to guess loosely inspired by true events. Okay, wait, who? Okay, so her uncle is the King of France. Okay, and they're trying to unite Europe. So these are the events it's founded on. Can chat just double check for me? That rose there, that's not the Tudor rose, is it?
Definitely still coming to this town. 229. Could have swore I just saw somebody there. $229. No, this is all melee XP. So I think the I'm guessing you can combine your brawling damage and melee damage into one. Seems we missed out on this one, maybe. So these apparently have a bunch of gas cans in them, which I find interesting. definitely made these take more space. Might just be better for us to I already forget how many nails that we need, probably a couple. Because we're crafting this door. I think 4 nails. Per door. I think we run to the trader, buy some. Buy a bicycle again. But it's interesting that maybe you can use your melee skill and your strength and your brawling skill all in one with the brass knuckles. Be a box of nails, could it? Definitely more risky to come into town if everyone else is. But once we get this base built up partially well, we should be able to store the bicycle inside of it fairly easy. Yeah, I mean, as long as we get this outer gate and then walls built up through the center, I think that's what we'll do. Is we'll build walls here, kind of seal this off as best we can. Maybe build an internal gate there, so we can build our medium cabin, small cabin, then gate this off somewhere in here to keep them from getting inside this corridor. Then we can build the wall to the tree line, use the chainsaw to cut wood, use the doors to shovel all the materials back into the central area, and we should be pretty good for now. So we need to finish this wall here. We should have just went ahead and finished this door. Probably would have been better if we just built a normal door there as well. But that does give us the option to park a vehicle inside the base at some point. So that's good. Yeah. We'll be alright. But we do need nails, so how much cash do we have on us? We don't have a whole lot. This has a decent bit of fuel in it, that's why I'm interested in keeping this one. But it's going to take a good amount of space. Ugh. Take a couple swords up to the trading post, sell them, get some nails. Or we just wait for the reset. We need to seal these chests as well somewhere. No one's gonna find the material and everything. I guess if we put the doors on that side, we could keep this the way it is here. We don't build the third log cabin. Just build 2 of these stairs. That could be our way down and into the base right here. Or into the central area. Let's try to move our supply boxes in there somewhere maybe. Alright, what else do we got going on here? So we got 1 use of a toolbox, and we got this build bolts. We need to dump this other stuff in here. We have a lot of sticks that we could use right now. So we probably just need to go ahead and collect all those up in the wheelbarrow as best we can. Let's take the wheelbarrow and gather up all those stick piles that we can find. It's not really good that we painted a massive target on our back, but that's what it is. It's a massive target though because we built all these foundations. It looks bigger than a lot of bases. It's gonna make it seem like we have a bunch of stuff. That's the big deal. See if we have a sewing kit left over in here. I don't know if we do or not. A little bit of one there. Can craft one. And then we have nothing in there, so see how much we can repair. Okay, 100. Can't complain with that. Craft another one. Go get this puppet over here. So right now we have 63. Doesn't make any sense. Like, it's not letting me block at all right here. Like, I can't block. C2 bleed. It's not good for us, see? Looks like we're gonna have to buy a new shirt and everything. And we let our bow quiver get all bad, so might as well just sell the quiver off. Going all basic again. uncraft. Need rope. Yeah. I mean, it's basically the same at this point. So... Oh, nope, went back to 100. That's wild. But yeah, we just gotta find a couple things to sell to get the stuff rolling. And I mean, we have like these electrician tools and stuff, but I think we need these for lock protection. Medium. And a couple swords we could sell. Sell the Bushman maybe. I think it's likely that whoever comes over here is going to probably find these boxes at some point. Seems likely. Build-wise, I think what we're going to do, though, is we're going to finish this. We're going to finish building these platforms. We're going to wall off this middle section for now. Not worry about building any large cabins. And then at that point, we need to finish the exterior. We'll probably build this out. And then maybe for the short term, until we get the interior and stuff done, we build our entrance that we used before, where you have the cabin and the stairs and the tower to get through out there, getting in. And then that'll be our main entry point for now until we get everything finished, and then we can destroy the small cabin and stuff out there. I think it's probably going to be the best way to handle all that. There's a server reset coming, so I need to collect all these sticks. I guess the bulk of them. I'm pretty sure there's more over here where those trees got cut down, but I'm not super worried about them. There's some in the forest, but I don't really want to look for them. We got the bulk of them right here. When it comes to cutting down things for sticks, it won't be too bad. We'll get quite a few sticks. Once we get the medium cabin built here, that's going to be the bulk of everything. Which I guess technically, I mean, we could finish that right now, probably. We just need to get the, well, we got to build all the stairs first. So we got to get at least 3 there, then we got to build 3 stairs, then we got to put the medium cabin, and then we got to destroy all the stairs, and at that point we should be ready to go. But I'm more or less just wanting to get this central thing here built first. Because we can take from that, build out, and then finish building all the other sides, and leave this sealed off for now. Probably be the best way to go about that, but I don't have the time to deal with everything today, so. But tomorrow or something, we should have plenty of stuff to get this building rolling. We just got to get the walls built. I'll work on that a couple days. I got to finish building the frame outside tomorrow. But yeah, get a bicycle, stick the bicycle in here. Probably get raided at some point. This one I think we're just going to keep sealed off. We're going to have entry points to get into the sides. So whenever we make our main entrance, I think we'll put doors to enter each individual defense layer so that we can put all of our defenses and stuff down more easily. That's going to be the place that has the most doors and stuff. So main thing is where to get screws right now, because there's nowhere to get screws. Or nails, yeah. Basically, I have to go to the trader. Sell a crossbow. Probably be the best thing to do. Sell the crossbow off, sell the bow off, sell the repair kit probably. I mean, we can get a good amount of money just for these couple swords here. That's decent enough. don't think I have any other swords. Take a bushman. Take a sword. Sell this optic. Sell the radio. Sell these fish hooks. Sell some meds. Sell this bird shot. Guess we'll sell some of these clothes. Probably keep a raincoat for now. Angel's flight pants. Oh, it's gonna be a good hike. Question is, with somebody hitting that town, is it worth it for us to close that door? If we buy a bicycle and someone steals it, it's definitely rough. I think we just go to the trading post. I mean, it's not going to be that far of a run. See if I can repair these boots. Oh, we just had that sewing kit a minute ago. Maybe I used it all. I guess I did. Go ahead and do that. Oh no, it's still here. Okay, let's repair these boots. Guess now we run to the trading post. Northwest.
Right there. See? Do you see this thing? Because that would be wrong period if that appears in, to my knowledge, right? I'm not as read up on the Tudors and stuff, but let me, like, could you look up the Tudor rose quickly, or the Tudor flower? It could be before they got united. It was the Lancastrians and... Because the white one in the middle, right? That before the Tudors were united, they were separated and they combined them into one. And so... But it doesn't look like it. What's chat saying? Let me just bring up chat. Elden Ring has more colour. Should be Tudor rose. Actually, separate. They separated the petals, so no. Okay, so the Tudor rose has joint petals. Hang on. Lancastrian red rose, it might be. Very close to it. Lancaster of York, people are saying. Interesting. Shad, I very strongly recommend watching Vinland Saga. I've already watched a chunk of it, and I'm watching a bit more now, actually. Yeah, I know, like, in terms of events, I'm nowhere near as read up on events. And so someone was saying check history. Of course, that's a more, specific, smaller thing. I like to research that, like, events, especially if it's in regards to a video I'm doing. I'm more broadly read and researched on the weapons, armor, styles, clothing and things, on those broader things. But there are so many specific events throughout the whole medieval period in different regions and everything like that. It would literally take a lifetime to learn them all. And many people do that. And stuff, and so it's stuff that I find very interesting, but I usually get drawn to researching more about specific events when it's tied to a video subject that I'm kind of on, or I was led to it because I was researching something related to it.
Pizza Hut's wings are big. Like, we're talking huge. Sauced, seasoned, and crispy fried. We got you covered from buffalo to honey barbecue. Now, if you'll excuse me, these wings are mine. No one out-pizzas the Hut. Chosen knight, I have granted you immortality, so that you may herald in a new, dark age. Go now, and...
Okay, so... going back. King of France. Again, those windows aren't actually as terrible on that castle. Must unite Europe. Look at those hills. It gives me Cartha Castle vibes. Cartha Castles, oh, gorgeous. They were on the border of France. I wonder if this might reference, but I thought this was the border of France or somewhere else. But I wonder if it's border of France and because remember, if they're trying to unite like France and one of the Germanic Holy Roman Empire kings and everything, like, it could be that. Could you look up Cartha Castles, find the border that it's on again? Because the Cartha Castles are on these incredible hills, and they are glorious. They look amazing. And yeah, just the border, because they were made specifically on a border between France and some other region. And the reason why they fell out of use is because some type of politics changed and the border became obsolete. They didn't need to guard the border anymore. And so those castles, they were still impressive castles. People lived in them for a time, but they were eventually abandoned because they were unneeded. That was one of the ways people protected medieval borders. They didn't build walls per se, even though we see walls propping up historically to try and protect borders. But no, they built castles along the border. And so Nathan will give us that information in a second. A nice big cathedral. There's lots of, surviving medieval cathedrals that they could use for that. Oh, so they need a kidnap. This is... Okay, so there's the setup. They're going to kidnap... I forget what's she, the daughter of Elisa Francis. I forget what they said, but anyway, okay, set up, interesting. Oh, there he is. He was pretending to be a monk. I think that's actually that kind of like so. It's got a bit of it's the correct type of backing for the saddle. See this saddle right here? So if you could full screen Nathan. So see this, the back of the saddle, kind of accurate, but the fronts sometimes were bigger. But I think that's a mostly decent medieval saddle. I would query it if I could with Jason Kingsley from Modern History TV, because he's the medieval horseman of YouTube. Great stuff. And he recently did a video with Lindy Beige. Where Lloyd gets to sit in a medieval saddle, and the saddle they had a much higher front to help kind of lock people in the saddle. Oh no, and then countryside. Okay, so I'm just gonna go to. All right. I was gonna say that looked mowed, but maybe not. It's more uneven. I'll let it pass. Did you find anything on the Cartha castles, the border?
They said that they were with the border, obviously with France, but also to defend themselves against Aragon. Right? Did I get my facts wrong?
I don't know. Which kingdom is that? Like, it sounds like one of the kingdom states.
That they're bordering with is very not modern for my understanding.
Yeah, if it is one of the Germanic regions, that would make sense. But we can continue. I don't like his armor. Every time you can almost see his gut hanging out underneath that armor there. It just triggers me. All right, there's so that looks like, yeah. People are saying the Lancastrian Rose of York or something. That very much gives me, I recognise it, I see it. And this is before they united in the Tudor period, the other family. Who is that actor? I've seen him before. Oh no! For a moment there, he was giving me Benedict Cumberbatch vibes, but no. But I have seen him in other things. You can recognise him. He's got a very long neck, this actor, but he's appeared in one of the other things I've seen. Again, sucking the colour. Like, see, this is supposed to be like a nice red, and it's just been muted so much. What is this guy? Again, it's supposed to be some type of brigandine, but it's this. You see these massive, weird plate things with huge gaps in between. It kind of defeats the purpose if there's got easy gaps, and like that means there's no real metal in the centre here that you could stab him right down the centre line and get through. It's wearing massive fur collar. Look at that. That's like... I've seen a decent amount of medieval art, and I cannot think of many instances of a massive fur kind of, what are they called? Cowl? Massive fur cowl or something over top of his shoulders. They just... it's funny, actually. Lloyd, when he was making fun of... Ironclad, the film. It's like they gave all the Vikings these massive fur things over their shoulders to make them look bigger and broader in the shoulders, and it's like, what is that? What is this guy wearing? Is that almost like a leather scale mail kind of thing? I mean, if it was a lamella, maybe I could give it a pass, but it's hard to see. No, it looks like look at the scales flap. It's like this flimsy leather scale mail fantasy crap.
She will be yours. You must protect her.
He will command the fate. All right, that guy. It's hard to see his arm. I was going to say, he's looking a bit Slavic or other. Like, chat. Where do you think? What area do you think this guy looks like? But I wonder, like, if that was more accurate. But look at his. It's hard to see his armor. Hard to see. I can only really make out his helmet. But let's see what chat is saying. A Mongol? Question mark. I don't think it's a Mongol. Turkish? Yeah, more human. Human, maybe. Moorish, Turkish people saying. Mongolian, Saracen. yeah, hard to pick. Fighting! So this guy's wearing chainmail and a surcoat by the look. Like he's got some spolders there. Maybe it just looks a little old. Maybe it's his great-great-grandfather's armor is wearing. But foot soldiers of this time would usually try and at least get their hands on a brigandine or something. But wearing like a surcoat, this looks very older period for the period this film is based in. Random fighting.
Looks like
So
we had a guy.
there's been a lot of shots in this cave.
Texas.
There's a lot of them, like, movie
Medieval
happened in the
med
cave.
is cool.
They kidnap the lady, take her there,
I
they're
think
hiding
so.
out, and then they get ambushed in the cave. How's the audio? Is there double audio? Because I'm flicking back and forth pretty regularly. Are people hearing me when I speak?
Chat hasn't said anything, so I think they're okay with it.
Think they're okay with it? Okay. Okay, cool. But as long as they can hear me. Hang on. Hold up. Hold your horses. That's a very interesting scene. Those...
The whole thing with this is that it's pretty much the best medieval look that I could get in the game. And I'm trying to use swords and bows, and shotguns are basically the gist of what I use on the character. But this one, I was debating quite a lot between going 5 intelligence and trying to get a big clan going, but I think going survival next time is what I'll do. Go survival and all that. It depends on if it's PvP, I'll go medical. If it's not, survival, I think is the way. Save a lot of time with survival, but it's not too difficult to level either. Dex-wise, I think I probably would have finished leveling up this next time. Just go 3 here, 1 strength. But now that I'm looking at these brass knuckles, I'm thinking advanced brawling and then brass knuckles. I mean, if you get any effect from the brawling damage, hand-to-hand attack speed, available combos, blocking efficiency with brass knuckles, and then you get melee damage on top of that, maybe, then that's a heck of a weapon. But we can still make pretty good time on foot even though we don't have our bicycle anymore. I just don't know if I want to buy a bicycle now that I know that somebody is consistently going to that town. I'm thinking, you know, we leave the door open on the building that we had a lock on. And then once they kind of think there isn't really nothing to loot in there, we close it. And maybe they don't mess with it anymore. Pretty big place. This right here is dangerous just because of this. The fact that someone can just set up here like on this rock or something and see everything down there. That's a risky proposition there. I don't know why I was worried about this before. I mean, literally all you need is a You know, a rifle. Oh, shoot. Probably a good place to, farm some sniping skill. At least get cover on my back so I can look in front of me. Still need to go more northwest. It's an interesting place down there. If you can build on that, I just want to see this real quick. This isn't like perfectly flat ground. It's not going to be the best base ever. But you got a fence. Probably just cancel one of the snowmen. Cancel that one. Is claimable. Claimable. Has a shack. Has a house with almost all the way sealed windows. I mean, can't really complain. And this garage is pretty decent. I mean, you could build a car garage here really, really easily. Maybe not. You can build outside, but not inside? Just because there's a road here? You can't build on the road. Okay. That explains a lot. Good place, though. Cool little place. If you could seal it up, it'd be great. So we need to go north. I'm wondering if you're free looking and you click fire if the dude turns, or if... Oh no. Damn. I think I peed my pants. Yeah, be alright. I want to see how much one of these jackets will be, maybe. Turning west for some reason. But no, I can go pretty fast on foot. It's not too bad. I just, you know, need time to get the bicycle back. Eventually, I think the longer the server goes, the more open my loot area is going to be, because people like guns and stuff in this game. They don't really like basic medieval weapons and stuff, so. Me, I'm just considering shotguns basically part of the medieval package. They're pretty easy to find. You find them in the castle, and you know, I think you know, basically a big boomstick is what they would have came out with in the old days when they first came out with guns. So I think that's perfectly fine. Also, this armor weighs a decent bit. I don't know if it weighs more than tactical armor, but it might, and so it levels your strength pretty decently. Just with a little bit of weight, you can do pretty good. Like right now we only got 0.1, but if we had like a decent size in our backpack, we'd be leveling quite a bit. Because we're overweight right now, but not by much. And most of that comes from the armor. So as our character gets stronger, you know. But I think next time around, I don't know if I'm going to bring lockpicking or not. I might drop my Constitution, just go 3 Constitution, and level my Endurance naturally. So after all this time, I might be going back to the 3-3-3 build, you know? Which is kind of ironic, because, you know, out of everything, I don't think that's the most efficient, like, leveling-wise, but speed, like, I think just for speed and everything, it would be. But I think strength in general, like, the brawling skill isn't the most useful, so I don't really think it's necessary. We can level it over time. Melee skill is pretty much what we're going for, and so I can level that up pretty decently. So being able to use the melee skill and then having the recovery from endurance is going to be massive. And you can see our endurance is leveling up like twice the speed of everything else, so. Like my original estimate was going to be like a month or so. Probably to level, like a month of solid running and stuff to level endurance and everything. But these are both at like 71% the other day, and you can see we already gained 5% in a day or so, riding that bicycle and stuff. So if that's the case, I mean, a few days of riding a bicycle, you'd be good. Endurance. But also the bicycle is more efficient, it seems, because you can gain the skill points while riding and not pedaling.
What's up? If you're trying to rob the place, I guarantee you I'm well armed.
So it took us, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes to get over here. Not too bad.
That thing registered. Kidding. Nobody cares.
See 1,000 for that. Sell that off. Keep the slugs, I guess. I think what we're gonna do is go to the coal mine at some point and try and test a couple of our leveling methods. I think the coal mine specifically is good for training. I also think it would be good for, you know, stashing basic loot items there. But
never mind about the expiration date. Those are fake anyway.
I thought I brought the other one, but I guess I didn't. Sell that.
I'll be here when you need me.
Training.
Alright, so we just got general goods and then the fisherman. Yo, my guy. I'm not crazy. Somebody opened this door, but they're not here anymore. Some probably already checked all the cars, but unless that was like server lag. We don't got long until the server resets, so.
Ahoy there!
So
Aye,
I don't know.
let's have a gander.
So they sell for a decent bit. Alright, not bad.
Pleasure doing business.
Let's go sell some stuff to the old general goods trader. What I would say about a bicycle is pretty helpful. It's going to definitely help you out with durability, your clothing durability. It lasts so much longer, especially your boots and stuff on a bike.
Welcome, welcome.
Apparently, so.
Feel free to browse around.
Sell those, sell that. Probably keep the pumpkin. Right.
Let's see what you have.
Okay.
Here's what I've got.
Might be able to log in when everyone logs off and get them at a discount price, but here's my thing. Like, we already got like $2,000 something right now, and the enforced locks are only 4,000. I mean, that's part of the reason I don't really think you need advanced engineering. I mean, if I'm not going to upgrade my walls, I can just buy this stuff. It's not going to take forever to do it. Like, it's probably not worth it, really, but not bad. It's kind of like the iron lock is only $1,000. This one, 3,000. You might as well go with the advanced lock. Where are the nails? Grinding stone's $2,000. Small toolbox is only 1,000. That's 50 uses right there. So this one, I don't know how much it is, but it's like twice the price. Probably has like 100 uses or something. That seems pretty good to me, like slot wise. Ugh, miscellaneous. Not too bad. It should be in crafting materials, but I'm just not seeing any nails. It's rather upsetting if that's what happened here. I mean, we could buy... That's all it is crafting materials. I mean, there has to be... You can't buy a box of nails.
Stay safe. No loitering. Either buy or get lost.
Why would they would keep the expensive items and not keep any of the other things? That's what's getting me right here.
Have a nice day.
Like,
welcome, welcome.
It's gotta be a joke.
Feel free to browse around.
Got to be a joke. We see even here, like, just those small items that we brought, $2,000. A bicycle is 8,000, 6,000 to 8,000 that I've seen so far. So I mean, definitely worth it, I think.
Make sure.
In a really populated area, probably not the best, but let's just look at how much these bikes are
No
right now.
loitering. Either buy or get lost.
So 8,000 something. Yesterday they were 5,000 something, but you see these city bikes, 4,000.
Yeah.
See if we can find some nails in here somewhere. Ran all the way over here to not get anything. Server reset's about to happen. Tragic we ran all this way not to get anything that we needed. I know that the one at A0 used to sell nails, but I never checked up here, so I guess maybe he doesn't. And if that's true, then that just sucks. So maybe we go up to the radio dish thing, and then we go down to that village from there, and then we go back home where we hit the castle real quick. Yeah, so we just need to go south pretty much. Fill up my water bottle over here in a second. But this is why I'm saying, like, max constitution at the first. As much as I don't want to level up any of my other skills in game, I feel like they're gonna make this zombie kill me when the server reset happens. I think you're, like, if you're wounded, I feel like it hinders your stamina recovery. But see how, like, slow the attack is on this? Alright, I'll be back.
look like war wagons. Very much so. You see the wheels underneath. Those legitimately look like war wagons. I have a video I'm wanting to prepare for on underappreciated squirrel weapons to give us a bit more information about. I think it was they were more prominent in Poland. Could you look up? If you look up Polish war wagon, it might be Poland, but I could be getting the country wrong. Again, I have my notes somewhere else. But I'll get Nathan to look that up as to where they were more prominently used. The thing is, though, using wagons as a barrier in defences was actually something that happened outside of this region as well. There's a case of one of the clashes in Britain, one of the battles. Again, these are my references. I've got these references ready for this video, where they use the supply wagons to create a barrier of defence in a battle. Do you have the area there?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Same as what this movie is based in.
Yeah.
The Hussite War.
Hussite is the Hussite War, not
Hussite
Poland.
War.
Sorry, the Hussite War wagon.
Hussites. Used by rebel forces of Bohemia, which is again what the story is based on. So I think they're being
This might actually... All right, and I think it gets a point showing Hussite war wagons at the correct time and period when they were used in regards to the film. Good to see. If only it wasn't just so dark and the colour sucked out of them. Like, looks like these things have been charred and burned. They're so black and darkened. Like even the trees are like, yeah, they can't. No colour allowed. But we also see some war scythes. See war scythes here, and war flails. This is the best scene of the trailer for me so far. There's some cool stuff, historically accurate stuff they seem to be depicting here. Great to see. Hey, like a line of crossbows with a line of archers behind. The reason why I like this because too much. Oh, hang on. What I don't like, the archers are friggin' holding their bows drawn for. They're gonna be there for ages. That's a friggin' trope that happens all the bloody time. It's like you're wasting. I've done this, right? I try and hold a 100-pound bow at what length? And I think I only got up to 15 seconds at most. It's in one of my archery videos. I was going to say I like that they were mixing up some archery and crossbowmen and stuff because in Europe, of course, Europe still used bows in warfare, long bows and short bows. And if you're thinking short bows are weaker poundage, that would be incorrect. Not always weaker poundage. I have a whole video on the medieval short bow, recurve short bow. And what would be interesting here is to, if they really wanted to give some, historical diversity, give these guys medieval recurve bows. This is why I made the video, the Forgotten Medieval Bow, because in nearly every single depiction of medieval times where they show bows, it's always the long bow. This just goes into that same trope, where it's like they just have forgotten medieval short bow was very common. It was used in warfare. There were war poundages of it. And there's heaps of that. Check out my video. Forgotten, the medieval bow, forgotten, or something like that. I forget the exact title. And the short bow, the recurve short bow, seem to have been, there's more artwork depicting it in the kind of southeast regions of Europe and stuff. And so this region here would, like, there would be more examples of a short recurve war bow in medieval times. And I talk about in the video one of the reasons why they might have been less common in play.
Not shabby. Really don't know if there's any practical use to any of this, but I mean, I guess it's a place you can gather some basic supplies on. Nothing serious though. Possible bunker? Not bunker, but tent thing. Find food, sugar, screwdrivers apparently, I wasn't expecting that, thread. So maybe kitchens have more useful stuff than I expected. Alright, so there's a military bunker here. The barrage. Like, I'm not gonna say that our boxing skill's the best, but we can do the deal. We box pretty fast. It's not the slowest thing in the world to kill a puppet. Now, this is where I think the coal mine is coming in. The coal itself, I don't really know if it has any practical use. Maybe hotter fires or longer duration fires. But in the grand scheme of things, I think it's the, well, that's not good. Someone just placed this. It's the puppets. There's so many puppets in the coal mine that you can go and you can farm them for skill. Viper rail. $45 ACP. Maybe it's not that I don't find stuff here. Maybe it's just that I'm not the first one here, you know? Because I don't come to these places because I never really find much of anything. But I mean, 40 out of 40 screwdrivers and stuff, that's pretty good. I'm really not sure if I want to play with this much FOV, but it does help a little bit. Long range, anyway. Whew. But this does show that there's some more areas that we can get locks from, which is good. See, but my whole thing with this is that I don't really have any need for any of this stuff, and people don't really seem to have a want to trade. They'd rather just try and kill you. And then I'm left with the decision, you know, do I just kill them? and then say, oh no, everything's cool, you know, come trade? Or do I ban them from trading? They're just gonna keep trying to kill me either way. See how much percentage that we've gained. I don't think we gained 1% so far. I mean, we're gaining like a percentage every 1 or 2 puppets. That's not terrible. I mean, add in the fact that we could technically cut all their stuff to make rags, and then, you know, you're not losing any items if you're dying using brawling. So I mean, there is that as well. You could run around as a naked with brass knuckles. Maybe knock somebody out. You know, if you got... Because that's the thing too, like, if the melee skill and brawling skill combined with the brass knuckles, that's a lot of potential speed and damage right there. I'm sure it probably only uses the melee damage, but if it has any effect speed-wise, because if you look at this, hand-to-hand attack speed, available combo attacks, blocking efficiency, and then melee weapon attack speed. So you're using hand-to-hand maybe with a punch, and then you're using the melee weapon. If it does anything to the attack speed, then you're going to completely obliterate somebody. I did wish that it leveled up brawling skill though, but it doesn't. But that's alright. Main thing right now is we're dying of hypothermia. But if we're talking, you know, 1% per 2 puppets or something, that's 50 puppets. To get medium brawling. I mean, that's not unreasonable. Especially if you have a high constitution, you can throw more punches before getting tired. Might just kill one of these guys and take their shirt. Come on, Bertha. 2 misses my tail. Because right now it's our dex. Our dexterity is increasing our attack speed as well. So by the time we get like 5 dex and we get our brawling skill and stuff leveled up, and then this right here, low stamina, probably decreases our damage a little bit, but it doesn't matter because you're getting more XP off of that. So that was probably half of one, you know. Even if it's 3 puppets, that's still pretty decent. I believe this is the town with the doesn't have a puppet in the thing. That's weird. That makes me a little uneasy, honestly. Got another hunter, though. This one not very good condition. But the repair skill might improve the engineering. That's what we were going to test in single player. I wanted to see how much XP you got for crafting bullets. Let's try not to fight two at the same time. I think that would be not a good idea. But I think, see, like, once you bleed, I feel like your stamina recovery drops. Got you backed into the corner, my guy. Okay, we can't play around with this guy anymore. We really need to kill this dude. We got a C2. We got 2 C2s. Holy moly. We need to treat something here. There's a guy right there. That's not good. Okay, so we need to cut up that extra toboggan if we still have it. We do not, though. Let's go ahead and cut this up. They're pretty messed up right now, but that's what I'm thinking, like, even if they made it to where you couldn't level medical skill with the disinfectant, you could still brawl just like this, and then heal after every brawl. You'd level both pretty much at the same time. Use the puppet cloth to replace all your rags and just keep going. Keep fighting, keep brawling. Let's just see how fast we recover from this, though. We do have hypothermia, so we're probably going to end up dying from that. We're taking extra damage off of that. But we can at least try and get these things stabilized real quick so we don't bleed out. And then we need to run south and get to the edge over here where it's warm. Might go ahead and put this on. Alright, so now we can see I'm getting 15.6 HP. So our recovery time was a lot faster than everything else. So we're getting 15.3. But you see we're at 20% HP right now. And you just see how fast this regenerates. And this is why that one time I got shot 6 times and I had that C4 bleed, I recovered in like 30 seconds. It was a long range shot, so I mean, by the time he got there, I was already max HP again. And that's pretty nice. And it's his stabilization time, it doesn't take nearly as long, so you can recover faster. So instead of being like 40, 50 seconds, it's like 10. But then also on top of this, we're getting extra medical stuff here. So like we could theoretically just level this up. I think like a C2 bleed, you're getting 80 XP, and a C4, you're getting 160. But you need 10 million points for that. So with 80, that's 125,000 heals. You know. But 10 uses per bottle, 12,000 something uses. But if you get a C4, that's going to be half that time. We could stay and try to finish this fight, but I don't think it's going to be in our best interest to stay here. It's probably the second town that I like pretty decently. It's basically, it's just a miniature version of the town that I was at, but it's in the snow and less popular. I mean, you're going to be able to find water here from the snow itself. And if you collect all the snow, no one else is going to be able to get the snow, you know? Got an actual melee weapon here. Go ahead and swipe that, I guess, for now. Picks are pretty decent melee weapon. I ain't gonna say they're the best damage or anything like that, but I mean, they're not terrible. Just as a weapon in general, you know? Let's take this instead. My thing right now is that, you know, attacking a body, a dead body, gives you the same XP as attacking a live body. So we really don't need to fight the puppets. It's just that you'll get extra HP every time you kill a puppet. You know? So in that sense, it's better to kill the puppets. But then you have like the trade-off. So like if you're going to train melee skill, you could use the brass knuckles, you could use a regular melee weapon, or you could just use the training sword. And the training sword is probably going to be the best option there. I think we just go to the castle. Maybe. I don't know. We could go to the castle, or we can just go back to the base. Castle would be decent. But we have the bulk of the nails. I mean, we have nails enough to complete the first door that we have for our central area. That'll be good enough for me. But the good thing about all this, I mean, you can see we've played for a couple weeks. We've already gained 5 or 6, 0.5, 0.6 strength. And we haven't really even been trying to focus level this. So it's just been us, you know, riding around, running around, doing normal stuff. We've gained pretty much everything. Once we got to 1.5, I mean, that's where we can get medium and all of these stats. You see, brawling, we've already gained, you know, 5% or something just attacking puppets today, right? Because, like, it takes like an hour to get to basic, and it takes like 5 hours to get to medium, and it takes 30-something hours to get past that. I'm fine with medium medium brawling. I don't think that's going to be the biggest issue, but melee weapons is easier to level, so... But like this stuff right here, we don't need any of this at the base. So I think we just go to the other place. See if there's anything there we can get. Our armor's pretty much shot. This armor's done for. But you can see, like, even this, like, we're running, we're not really gaining much strength because we don't have a bunch of weight on us, but we still got a decent bit of weight on us. Our endurance is still going up at 2 or 3 a second. And running is going up probably about the same, 2 or 3 a second, because we're not super, super heavy right now. But when we had the bicycle, we're gaining more endurance than even running, and then when you're going downhill and you stop pedaling, it still goes. So you can level the skills up faster over a similar, you know, time frame, right? You don't have to rest as much. And since I got 5 constitution, I can level it up even faster because I have more stamina and stamina recovery. And since those things is going to take, you know, 30 days or 30 hours or whatever of constant running. We can look at it real quick. So, like, let's say endurance. Let's say we start with 3 constitution. You get 100 HP. If you get a bicycle and stuff and you're pedaling a lot, maybe you'd be able to level it up pretty quickly. And I think the bicycle would be the best option. And then let's say you average, you know, 3 endurance a second, which I think is probably not true. I think you can only get 1 endurance a second or something for the first couple levels. But that's still like 1,000,000 so points. And divide that by 3. And then you got 60 and 60. You're looking at 102 hours compared to other skills which are like 35 hours, you know? And that's like at a fast pace. So even at that, like, let's say if you do to medium, that's, if you get 1 a second for medium, that's 30 hours. So getting a medium in that skill is going to take you just as long as getting like a melee or something. The difference is that you're going to be able to level that passively as you play the game, whereas like you physically have to use the combat skills to gain the XP. But even then, I don't think that isn't terrible. The fact also is that if you have more stamina, you can attack more often with your combat skills. Alright, you have more health, you can fight more and longer and recover. Especially if you have medical. And since kills can give you XP, but kills don't give you the most HP when you're doing melee and brawling, you want to lower your damage as much as possible so that you can level them off of one puppet as much as possible, you know? But like even this run right here, I mean, this is taking a while compared to the bicycle, and we're cutting across the ground as much as we can. That bicycle, a lot of speed, so we'll probably end up buying one, but we got to finish the wall first. Got to finish that wall. I mean, we can still stick it in that garage, but I'm 90% sure that that place is going to get picked. As soon as someone figures out that it's actually locked, it's going to get picked. And, you know, even though it's a bicycle and we can buy another one in a day or so, that's still a concern. But I would say that I'm much more willing to slowly level up my combat skills than slowly level up my like lock picking, you know. So I think 1-5-3, 1-5-3-3 is like my ideal starting build, something like that. If not, it would be, you know, 1-3-3-5. No, I think I would still take 5, you know. So if I was going to do like a 5 intelligence character, I'd probably go 1-5-1-5 and just be fat. You know, if you're going to have that many people at your base, you don't really need that skill. You go like advanced medical, and like medium engineering, or medium engineering advanced or I don't know if I'd do engineering. I wouldn't do medium engineering. I would go probably medium survival and advanced medical. That's going to give you pretty much the best, the best leveling time for engineering and everything. You're not going to be having 100 second per tree, but you're going to have like 140 second per tree. So you're shaving a minute off every tree. So that's pretty good. And then with that many people, I would probably just like, you know, cut down the main trees, get 300 per tree. The other guys can transport the materials and break down the smaller bits. But I think survival is a very underrated skill for people. A lot of them like don't even care about it, but the fact that you can cut things down faster, making less noise in less amount of time, is a big thing to me. And then there's things that like people don't do in this game, is like build walls and stuff. If I was gonna raid a base in this game, I have no problem. You build a wall around the enemy base. Would it be easy for them to get through? Yes, but they're gonna have to have a melee weapon, so they're gonna have to craft it. It's gonna take them more time. And then once they destroy a hole in the wall, you know where they're coming from, you know? So. And you don't even have to fully enclose the base either. You just like put walls on like 1 or 2 sides, maybe 3. And then you only have one direction to watch unless they bust through the back, you know? And you could build like a temporary flag to lock a gate or something. It's going to take them 24 hours to claim it. Doesn't really matter if they claim it. But here's the other thing though, like if you don't start with any endurance, you need to start with coffee. You need to drink coffee to get that 25% boost of energy or whatever. I think it's like 10% energy recovery, but you get that 25% boost. So you're going to get extra endurance, and then you're going to get the extra recovery, which is basically going to equivalent. It's going to be equal to medium. But some, like a character like mine, say like if I redid this, I would go probably advanced running and medium endurance. Because for me, the that right there is probably the best thing about brawling skill, is that you can pretty much fight with whatever's in your hand at the time. You don't have to drop it or anything. So if you're a brawler with puppets, all you really need is your hands. It gives you 3 slots that you can use for other things. When it comes to players, you're going to be pretty much boned, but if you have a pistol, you'd probably be alright. I'd say melee weapons definitely be better for a player. Alright, but why I built my character the way I got him right now is I wanted running and endurance to be kind of equal on a par. But thinking back on it now, I would go max running and the rest in endurance, because this is leveling faster than running is. That's number 1. And then number 2 is, it's 4% usage rate isn't really the hugest thing in the world. .4% usage rate is not the biggest thing in the world. And then right now, I mean, we're getting an extra 8% stamina recovery, which is great, but it's not the biggest thing. I don't think that's the biggest thing. Getting this maxed out is good. I prefer to have advanced in all my skills, you know, but my thing is like right now, we've gained I don't know, we started like 67,000. So we gained, or 670,000. So we've gained about 49,000 points, or 59,000 points so far. Which, that isn't bad, like 59,000 points for that. But my question is, you know, how much do you have to get into Advanced Plus to get an extra speed percentage? That's my question, because with how it is right now, I don't mind doing it the way that I did it, because essentially I start with 13% movement speed instead of 15. But once I got to like 71,000 or something, it goes to 14%. So if the other people haven't been able to get 1% more than me in that period of time, then I'm only 1% slower than them, and I'm gaining, you know, the 8% or whatever extra endurance, you know, recovery. So I think that I could run them down in the short term. But the coffee also offsets that. So if I take coffee, then I can boost my movement speed up enough that it doesn't really matter, which is good. But I'm not exactly sold on it yet. Full bladder, and I still got hyperthermia. But from what I can see, bicycles are definitely a good ride to have. I would think I would like it more than even a truck or something like that. It's definitely not bad. They move fast. They can go like 30+ kilometers an hour downhill. and they can go through trees and stuff, and they're more quiet than anything. So all that is good positives. Yeah, so we still got tools that we can bring back from here. We still got this sword here. So when I'm over here, I probably keep this sword on me and not use my fist, because I'd prefer not to make a lot of noise over here. Not that a sword's quiet, but it's better than nothing. So now we got a jug of gas, we got a repair kit over here. We could keep the screwdriver and stuff on us. There's a different amount of ammo, things in here. Drop some shotgun slugs. Maybe drop that magazine in case we find something for it. Drop some of that. Nothing too shabby. I haven't seen any puppets, which is kind of a red flag. If I think we go to the coal mine, we could probably farm the puppets there for a little bit and make some pretty decent money off of it. So that leveling your melee skill and stuff is just less of a hassle compared to everything else. Like combat skills, I mean, it'll take a while, but it's something that you can just use every now and then. You don't have to like sit there and focus on it the whole time. Whereas like medical, you know, 37 hours or whatever isn't too bad, but you're gonna have to do that and sit there constantly and just sit there and heal and heal and heal. Whereas like melee, like you can put it off and just like use it as you're going and be like, hey, I'll level that up later. And then by the time you go to start leveling it, you've already like hit medium. And then you only got, you know, 30 hours or whatever left. Hook to the octagon. Bet kicks do less damage, but this right here. This is what you need to farm a puppet. This is literally all you need to farm a puppet right here. So like my base, there's a puppet that spawns outside of it. So if we can find a way to like build a couple of items to pin it into a corner, and then we can bounce off the wall or whatever, like. But like even this isn't perfect because right there, the body moved. Now speaking of which though, we need to cut this buddy up and repair that shirt. course, all the bones always go where they're not supposed to. Darn it. You guys hear what I heard? You know, if they add the modular base building, I hope they have like castle options. If you were ever gonna, this is a massive tree though. It has to give you a ton of wood. It's probably where people put all their flags when they build on this. So like, look at this though. Should be able to rest on this bed and watch our HP. As long as this isn't killing us. We're still losing HP. I don't really have any reason. We got ourselves an extra sword. We don't really need to check the tower right now. We're good on money and everything, so let's just get out of here. Main thing is we need to find a puppet and kill it real quick. Or an animal. We really need to start using our pistols and stuff more. I haven't been using bows at all, but like we need to level our bow skill and everything. See that? I don't see the bear. I think that's the bear. No. The bear's over there next to the wolf. We could kill it and take some meat home, but I don't know if that's worth it. Maybe just run home for now. Our armor's is pretty much toast. We could maybe build the hide shirt at. Takes rope. Well, we'll probably hop off here for a little bit. The server reset should respawn the tree, so the chest should be pretty much secure next to our base, unless people can notice the buried dirt around the tree. So they could find our toolboxes, which isn't ideal. I'd prefer to be there to take the toolboxes off. We probably need to bring our ult back to the base and put all the good stuff on him for now. Be the best bet. Also just think, like, character-wise for fame, having your running and endurance maxed out is just better. Like, even with this, I mean, they might be a little bit faster than me at the beginning, but I'm gonna be able to recover and get away. I mean, it's just, you're gonna have to have full stamina while you're coming to chase me, and then you're gonna have to run me down and know where I go. So the only difference with my character and all that is that my character doesn't do well under weight. But I mean, if you're not running the night gear, you can run the archer. Like, you just take the armor and stuff off, you get a bow. You're lightweight, you're mobile. And then you just drop your bag whenever you get in trouble, put a marker on it or whatever, and then come back to it later. See, like this, like we need to go kind of like this direction, but us going there to there is going to take us like, you know, 30 minutes or something, 30-40 minutes. But the fact that we have, it looks like our hypothermia is going back, but we have 72 stamina, all right, which is like the max you can get, and then we're consuming 3% more stamina than the other people would be consuming, right? So they're going to be able to run 3% farther than us. Well, I'm going to say 4% farther because they're going to have 1% more movement speed. At the beginning of the game, they're going to have 2% more movement speed, and they're going to have, I don't know, like 4% or something, 4 or 5% extra, so they might be able to run 8% farther than me, but within a day or so, I'm going to be able to run right here, 14%. So then they're only going to be 1% faster than me, and then they're only going to be able to have that, you know, 3% or 4% extra stamina. But the thing is that if they don't have the endurance, I'm still going to be recovering way more stamina than them. So over a long distance, I'm going to be running farther than them. So within one stamina bar, they're going to be able to catch me, but after that, I should be able to get away. And I won't have to stop for food and water as much and all that, so all those are positives. And then, like, bows and stuff are lighter than everything, so. Plus, like, the bow skill and brawling work together. You can punch people while using the bow, so you level your brawling with that. So that is also a benefit. It's also why I would prefer to start with brawling. But also because melee weapons, they do almost the same damage, even without skill, compared to having skill. Alright, you're getting a slight advantage, and you're getting better stamina usage and attack speed. But the movement speed trumps the attack speed in PvP, and pretty much for fighting animals and stuff as well, so. Like, even this, like, we're gaining 3 or so, we're gaining less endurance than we were on the bike. But it's not too bad. And then when this gets up, like right now, we're able to run 31 kilometers an hour. When this gets up to 5, we're going to be running pretty much the same max speed almost as everyone else. But we'll get this within a couple weeks, and then everything will be hunky-dory there. Next time, I think I'll probably just start with 1 strength instead of this, and I'll probably take, you know, everything into brawling. Then it won't take me very long to get to medium brawling, and then after medium brawling, I really don't care, because I think 99% of everybody isn't going to take brawling skill. You know, so that's like my main thing. And then someone who does take brawling skill, it just means that I should be able to counter them. Like, if you're a brawler and I have a melee weapon, I have more reach. If you're a brawler and I have a gun, I have more reach. You know, brawling's like a last resort effort. I think it's good for throwing weapons. You throw the spear, you punch somebody, knock them out, get it back, but probably not versus players. 'Cause they're going to dodge your spear or take the spear and use it against you. But starting at 1 strength, and then you level up at 0.384. That means it's only going to take you like 6-8 hours, something like that, to get to 0.5. And then you're going to need 50,000 XP. You're going to be gaining 7 XP per hit. So 7,142 hits. Let's say you do 1 hit a second. It's like 2 hours. So the main benefit there is just that it only takes an hour or so to get to basic. So if you put basic in melee and basic into brawling, you're losing hours of leveling, and you're not really gaining that big of an advantage with the melee skill. Like, all the testing I did with melee skill, having like hardly any strength and having no skill versus like having 5 strength and advanced skill, it's like 1 extra hit, maybe 2 extra hits. The biggest difference is like throwing, but like from no strength to 0 strength, it's just like the throwing distance that really affects you. Other than that, you're saving like 2 spear throws. It still takes like 8 spears to kill somebody. Not that big of a deal. It'll probably, 3 spears usually kills most puppets, so you could throw 3 spears and kill most puppets with that. And 150 XP per puppet. Which honestly, I mean, 150... that's 21 punches, so I mean, you're going to be doing pretty good. But that's part of the reason why I like this base location, because now that I know that coal mine is up there, one, it's good, I think, for like loot, because there's nothing down there besides puppets, but 2 is just farming. And it might muffle gunshots, I don't know. If you have a suppressor and you go down there, you could probably muffle your gunshots pretty good. So I think it's like a skill leveling zone. This right here is really good ground if you could actually build next to the fence over there. But almost all the flat ground in this game you can't do anything with. But yeah, I would say definitely, like, when you get the game though, you get a bicycle. Use the bicycle. Way faster. It's not too loud. Levels up your skills really quickly. It's kind of like, if you have 1 constitution, I can't say that I recommend a bike, to be honest. I mean, if you have 1 constitution and you try to ride a bicycle and any player hears you, you're dead. They're going to outrun you, and you're going to be dead, 100%. Whereas, like, a gun, even if you have no skill, a gun is going to do basically the same damage. Which is part of the reason why I'm using a shotgun right now. Because shotguns don't really require skill, alright? I hit you once, you're pretty messed up. I don't really have to worry about you anymore. I don't really know what their armor negation is, so I'm sure they probably have a pretty good system to negate damage on your character with armor, but I don't think it would be the biggest deal in the world. Depends on how realistic they want to go, because I was talking to people on here not too long ago, and they were under the impression that this right here looks pretty flat. It's next to a road, though. You probably can't build next to the road. Can't build anywhere here, apparently. But, this looks like pretty darn good flat ground, though. Can't build there, though. So there's either a port of interest nearby, or it's just the road, or there's a base already here. But this right here, very flat ground to not be able to build at. And I guess it's because that town's there. Or, no, the airfield's still there. Okay. Something like that you just put a campsite or something at, but it's really hard to find flat ground. No, but like from what I've seen, like pistol rounds and stuff were taking a big chunk of damage off. They were taking like 15, 20 damage off, but a slug round was doing like 200 plus damage. I mean, even if they cut that in half, that'll kill most players. And in real life, even if you have body armor on, I mean, if you have something really, really thick and cushiony, maybe you would survive, but other than that, you're getting a cracked sternum. There's no way. But that's the main concern here, is just like being able to move decently fast helps you get around the map pretty good. When you're, so consider this, all right? If you have strength, you can carry more, but you're going to be running at like, let's say you have 1 constitution. You're going to be running at like 24, 25 miles per hour, kilometers per hour. So you spend more time getting across to the location. Then you're going to have to log on and off, because you can't just leave, so you're just going to have to log on and off there probably. And then after that, you're basically going to have to run all the way back, weighing a lot more, so your carry load might be heavier. Maybe you're running, you know, 24, 23 kilometers per hour still. But in that same time, I'm running 7 kilometers faster than you, hitting something, going somewhere, hitting something, going somewhere, hitting something, going somewhere, hitting something. And then I'm leveling my strength at a faster rate than you are. And then if I get a bicycle, I am flying past you. And that's even with a weight load. I could fly past you and level my strength and constitution and everything at the same time. Even though strength takes off on the bikes and stuff faster, strength will take off faster, seemingly, and maybe has a higher max speed. I don't really know how that works. But distance-wise and stuff. And then, I don't know if there's a skill necessarily for bicycling. Maybe it's the driving skill or something. But if they ever let me use a pistol while on the bike, that's game over. You could fly, you could run people down so quick. I'm gonna get back and stick these nails in that door though, so. We got 4 nails, which it's either enough to do the big door or we can do the small door. I think we just do the big door. And then we come back, we'll do the small door some other time. It'd be the best bet. But once we get back over here, I'm gonna have to get off. I'm gonna have to get up early tomorrow, wash clothes, all of that, and then gotta do that framework. So I gotta cut some wood and stuff before I go to work. Might watch the newest episode of the Rings of Power before I go to bed. Might be alright. I watched part of it earlier, but I don't know how much I caught. I think I only caught the back part of it. Apparently at exactly like 12 o'clock they just drop it. But since we know my improvised bulletproof armor is pretty much done for at this point, we're gonna have to craft another one. So we need 3 hides and some bolts. It's not bad. I mean, it really doesn't take much to craft the armor. And it can take, you know, a couple of small caliber rounds, but mainly it's really helpful versus in the melee combat. I've noticed that basically you can take a couple of melee hits and not take any damage, which is really nice. The fact that I have a, like, so let's put this in, like, to consideration. So in PvP, if I have like a melee weapon, all right, and so I have constitution and they have strength, I should be able to dodge more attacks than they do. If they hit me, they're gonna hurt me pretty bad, but I'll have 50%. I mean, if they have 3 constitution, I'll have 20% more HP than they do. And then if they have 1 constitution, I'm gonna have, you know, twice as much HP as they have, you know, or 50% more, which is already like 1 or 2 hit difference there. And then if I add armor on top of that, you're talking 4 or 5 hit difference probably. And although I think a strength character could level their constitution up, they're not going to be able to level their speed up fast enough. I mean, the amount of time it's going to take you to level your running and stuff up is going to be ridiculous. You're never going to be fast enough to catch everybody. That's where that base was. Where's the bridge? Yeah. Like right now, if I take off all of my stuff, I'm gonna be running at 30 kilometers an hour, 31 almost. So if I give myself like a quiver and a bow, or just a pistol or something, I can run down most people. It's the metal armor that weighs me down, but that's also what lets me level my endurance while I'm running. So I got a pretty solid system to level everything up. It's just, you know, the combat-wise is going to be the big one. But I think, you know, as long as we could position ourselves somewhere up here, we could be good. Like, I don't mind building something up here in the snow. So if this location here doesn't work out, I don't mind going up and building up here in the snow, because it's still going to be about the same distance to that trader. And then you're going to have these two things here. You're going to have access to the coal mine and that castle. It's going to suck that we can't get to the good castle, but even then, you can put a character there, slowly level that up, and then come back later. Build a raft on the river, sail down, and then you could like land over here and loot up the medical areas, load it on the boat, and sell the boat back. So it's just, the farther away you are, it's just the more you're going to have to plan to go somewhere, right? So it's not going to be the worst thing in the world. Even here, like, I'll probably build a raft on this river at some point and sail up there and then see where I can build. Because if I really wanted to, I would just build on this middle ice sheet right here. Because if someone wants to get to the base, they're going to need a boat, or they're going to have to basically jump in the water, get soaking wet, and then they're going to freeze to death right here. There's also this section up here that you could build. I think that's, if you're going to build a base, those would be the most defendable bases. Those ice islands there. Because you're going to have the weather conditions, you're going to have the water they're going to have to deal with, you're going to have a whole bunch of stuff they're going to have to contend with, but you're not going to have any way to store a vehicle. But you can use a boat, and you can sail right down here. You can use a boat to get right where I'm at right now if I wanted to. Just sell your boat down, park it over here, spend a few days collecting stuff in the town or whatever, keep dumping it onto the boat, and then sail the boat back. If someone finds you on the boat, though, you're pretty much dead, but that's the risk of a boat. And then if you get a bicycle, I mean, the same sort of thing applies, but instead of, how am I going south instead of north? So, like, if you lived up here, and you stashed a bicycle, like, somewhere over here, you could ride that bicycle all the way to the trader, and you could ride it all the way down to this town pretty easily. Then you just need a forward operating post around the town or something, and boom. You load your stuff up, you put it into that little fort that you built, and then when you get everything ready, you sort it, put it on, and then you bring it upriver, or on the bike or whatever, back up to your base, and you're good. If someone loots your base, that's probably the worst thing that could happen, but it's not the biggest deal. Look at this ambush bush. You know this thing's made for people to just kill people as they cross the river. 100%. Yeah. See, we're still at 76% here. So, I mean, pretty much in the next week or so, if we play the same as we have been, this will probably be 80-something%. So it's going to be a couple weeks, maybe a month, before we finish this out. And we've been running pretty consistently. Whereas strength is already getting to 0.2. And it's only been a few days. You know, like, yeah, it's gonna take me 30-something hours to level brawling or melee, but that's not the worst thing in the world to do. I mean, you're gonna be able to farm supplies for that. Like, I could auto attack a body for an hour, you know, and level that up. Or I could just go and farm puppets and then collect all their cloth and stuff, cut it up, make bandages, level up my medical and stuff that way. Like, if I figured that out, then I could spec my points from medical into another stat. Or you get advanced plus medical. I mean, advanced plus medical is would be pretty good. You're already talking about, like, medium is where you get the reduced stabilization effects. Advanced, you get like plus 10 seconds or something on stabilization. And it only costs like 100% bandage to heal a wound. Come on, brother. See, like this right here. Alright, so you can't be walking backwards, apparently. Yeah, like we still got a decent amount of speed, and we don't have any endurance, but I mean we're regenerating pretty decent. See, but all of this, like you take oh, somehow the jacket got destroyed. But you take you know, some freaking scissors or whatever to the mine, kill all the puppets, you could gather a ton of cloth. You could make so many bandages, or you could like use it for the awareness farm if you wanted to. Let's see what we can repair real quick. Can we? Nope. That really sucks. Go ahead and repair a bag though. Repair the quiver. Repair boots. Guess we can't repair the socks. Or did we? Yeah, can't repair the socks apparently. That's fine though. We still need to level our awareness and stuff up anyway, so. That bear's in front of us right there. See, with speed, I've been able to kill a bear with a spear. And movement speed before. Whereas, like, I've had 5 strength and not been able to kill a bear. Well, actually, I've killed a bear, but I took a lot of damage. And then, like, a wolf, even with 5 strength, that thing took no damage. camo. See, right now, I mean, we're at 0.9. Next couple days, we're going to be at 2. Couple more days, we're going to be at 3. We're going to be able to level all the rifle skills and stuff up. If we look and see how much XP we can get for crafting ammunition, then I mean, that could be a good way to level engineering as well. Because we did something before. We crafted some sort of ammo before, and it gave us like 300 XP. And if that's true, then I mean, you know, you can craft quite a few bullets. I mean, 20 bullets out of one lead plate. It's like 6,000 XP or something. So it looks like if you take damage, you slowly lose everything that was in your bag. But keep this sword around for now. I really need a shirt. So out of all of this, I think this right here is going to be the most important door. And then we still got enough nails to do this door over here. Alright, which now means that we have to build a door, and then we got to build some locks, so we need just a single wooden door for this. One toolbox use, a couple bolts. That's not bad. So we can enclose that pretty soon. And then this, we need a double door. Toolbox, some bolts. Again, that's not too bad. So as soon as we get this built, and then we get that built. So this right here is going to be a weak spot, sort of, but it's not going to be too bad. But from here, basically we're going to build an area. So however long we make this wall, we could just build walls from that out into the forest and then connect them together. And then we just got to refresh the walls every 9 days or whatever. And then if someone wants to break in, they're going to have to break down the wall. And then if someone wants to look at our base from the mountain, they're going to have to break down the wall. And if they break down the wall, we're going to know that somebody's trying to look. So that's basically all they're going to be able to do. And then, so basically that'll make that whole forest section there a place that we can cut down with the chainsaw. And then we can store all the wood in that area, and then basically just use the wheelbarrow going through this to push all the material back and forth. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So, I mean, we pretty much got all this set up to go for the most part. We could build the rest of the wall around this. Probably be what we should do. Try and protect our flag as much as we can. guess we're using the sword for that, which I don't mind using the swords for that either, because the swords are pretty easy to come by, so that's not a big deal to me. But then for this, I mean, it's just a couple of planks and those sticks. We got a few sticks saved up, so it won't be too bad. So I think what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to take all the toolboxes and stick them on my character. I don't really care if they take the screwdrivers and stuff. We got a couple of things here. We got, let's take a few bolts. Any more toolboxes? Yeah. All right. Snatch up all those. We got this one. And everything else doesn't really matter too much to me. Let's go ahead and check this out real quick. So there's an issue because you can see that the chest is there. So we need to move the chest farther over is what's going on. So go grab the shovel real quick. It's probably also something that we need to keep around on us anyways, the shovel when we log off so no one else can use our shovel. Basically we got to cut the tree down and then we got to move the box more that direction. But this should be pretty good because this tree is going to be kind of combined onto the backside of the cabin. So for now it'll be okay. Later on there's going to be layers of wall here. So there's not really much need for anything else. 0.34. Not the max, but it's pretty close. I guess we'll call it a night for today.